Good afternoon. I'm hoping I don't have any feedback. I'd like to also welcome our co-moderator, my assistant director with Nationwide Pageantry, Rosanne Plante.
Good afternoon, everybody.
We hope everybody is snuggled in on their couch with a good hot chocolate or your drink of choice. We don't reveal what's in our cups. And we are in for a great afternoon of empowerment with 5 amazing pageant experts from across the country. We want to welcome everyone that is watching. We have people from coast to coast, literally, that are watching today. So we're excited to have you all join us for our first winter seminar. We usually do an empowerment we always do an empowerment seminar with our national competition. It's one of our trademarks with Nationwide Pageantry. But this is the first time we decided to do a winter seminar and bring everybody together virtually so that you can do it from the comfort of your home, watch it as you wish today. And if you are watching, please make sure to leave your name in the comments, and then we will get you entered in for the drawing. And also throughout the presentations, if you have questions, you can post those questions in the comments. And then at the end of each presentation, Rosanne is going to facilitate the question and answer. Your question will pop up on the screen. Our presenter will address the question. And then at the end of that, then we will do drawings. We might have a little bit of downtime in between. So that's when you can get up, use your facilities, get a new drink, have lunch. But then we will be back at the top of each hour with our new presenter. And Rosanne, what do you have to add?
That's it. Let's just get started.
All right.
All right. Well, we're going to start with our first panelist today, and that is Trinity Pearson. She is a certified life coach with over 25 years of experience in the pageant industry as a judge, director, mom, contestant, and now coach. She's competed in organizations like Mrs. International, Mrs. America, Mrs. United States, Miss America, and Tennessee's Young Woman of the Year. She resides in Tennessee with her husband and 2 teenage daughters. Trinity has a BA in communications and also an MBA. She is the director of client success at Win a Pageant and has recently judged an international pageant. Judging at the international level has given her amazing new insights that she has only shared with her clients. But now she's sharing these little known secrets with you. So please, everybody, let's welcome Trinity.
Thank you so much. And first, before I jump in, I just want to say thank you, Troy and Rosanne, for putting this together. I am a firm believer that pageantry is the best self-development tool out there for women. And so when I saw the title of the event of Becoming Your Best Self, and I'm so honored to be a part of this, and I'm going to share a little bit of my story and then also some secrets to success that I believe just help us stand out to the judges. But thank you for putting this together. As a former director myself and putting events together, I know it's not easy to do. So thank you for doing that, for putting this together, because I think it's events like these that are the foundation for women's self-development, figuring out who we are, eliminating the self-doubt, all the things that we're going to talk about today. So thank you to you both for doing this and inviting me and allowing me to be the first one to kick things off. So thank you. So with that, thank you for the introduction as well. I am with winapageant.com. I am a coach and a certified life coach, and also serve as the director of client success, which means that I have my hand in all of our clients as they go through our curriculum and have a part of their journey. And it is a joy and an honor to be a part of Win a Pageant. So that is a little bit about me. So over the summer, I had the honor of judging an international pageant. And I had judged in the past at the local and state level, but really had not judged in a while because as a coach, I'm in the audience cheering on our clients. So I had not had that opportunity in a while. And my husband was also a judge as well, which it was so fascinating to get his take. Now, he was completely new to pageantry when I jumped into Mrs. Pageantry 10 years ago, but he's become quite an expert himself following along in my journey with me. But as a branding and marketing expert, he himself had put a new perspective on some things for me. And it really highlighted some things that I feel like maybe I always knew, but it really kind of put things into a different perspective. And so that's kind of what I'm going to share with you today. When I started putting everything today, I have a lot of notes out here in front of me. I love to talk pageantry, so you're going to see me reference my notes because I can run into a million different tangents of things, because pageantry, actually, I may just go ahead and tell you a little bit about my story. We'll just start with that. Pageantry has kind of always been my sport. I wasn't really an athlete growing up, but pageantry was my thing. I loved to sing and get on stage, and probably like many of you, many pageant women, we grow up watching Miss America on TV and dreaming of that moment. And I was no different. I remember being very little wanting to jump into pageantry, but my parents really didn't know that much about it. And so they held me off until I was 17. I finally wore them down and got to jump into pageantry at 17. Won my first pageant, and I was completely bitten by the pageant bug at that point in time. And that set off a series of events. While I won that first one, I quickly started becoming the runner-up queen. But that was through my college years, and I competed in the Miss America system all throughout college. And while I was the runner-up queen most of that segment of my career, I earned enough scholarship money to pay for over half of my bachelor's degree, and then had enough left over to pay for my master's degree. So I feel like when I think about pageantry, it instilled so much self-confidence in me at a young age, but I'm also a testament to the scholarship money that can be earned, especially at a young age, to advance my career, and really put me in this chair today, talking to you today about pageantry and being a professional pageant coach. So that was my college experience. I got married, had children. I really thought that was over, even though I loved it. I really thought that was over. I didn't really know that much about Mrs. Pageantry. But I had children and went through a series of events. I got very sick for several years. I had a cancer diagnosis, had chronic illness, had a lot of things going on, and got to a point where I really just didn't recognize myself. Maybe some of you today have been in a place like that, but I didn't recognize myself, and I didn't know how to pull myself out of that pit that I was in of sickness and self-doubt and wanting to become myself again, but not knowing how. And I kept thinking about pageantry. It just kept coming back, but I didn't even really think that was something that I could do. I had this cancer scar. I had chronic illness. I thought that wasn't a thing. So, but it was one of those things I firmly believe God planted in my heart back then, especially to get me to the journey that I'm here today, to be able to help other women achieve their dreams. But I had all of that self-doubt for years, but really thought, I really want to do this thing, but I just can't. I've got this scar on my leg. I just can't, right? I was able to think of all the reasons why I couldn't do it, until one day it hit me that it was because of this scar, it was because of the cancer journey, it was because of all of those things that I had to figure out how to enter, that I had to figure out how to get back on stage, because of all the people that had lost their battle, that men, women, children, that weren't able to pursue their dreams, that I couldn't let the vanity of a few things get in my way, when I felt so heavily that I was supposed to pursue this thing and pursue this message of prevention and self-care and advocacy for yourself. So I jumped in. I found the Mrs. Tennessee pageant. I jumped in 6 weeks before it. If you've ever jumped into a pageant 6 weeks before, you know what was ahead of me. But I jumped in and prepped as much as I could for 6 weeks. Now, my husband didn't know me in college, so he thought this was another thing. He thought, okay, I've just got to help my wife through this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what a pageant is, but I'm going to help her because she's been in a bad place for a while, so we're just going to do this thing, right? So, and then my children were very small. But I jumped in 6 weeks before, prepped, and placed second runner-up. And so it had been 17 years since I was on a stage. So, I was happy. But as I was standing up on stage, getting my picture made with the winner, and I was second runner-up, standing there with my flowers, waiting to have more pictures made. And I was happy, but also, if you've been a runner-up, you also know you're kind of sad because you're watching the girl with the crown on her head get more pictures made. So I'm standing there, and I see my husband and he's at the back of the auditorium, and he sees me, and we make eye contact, and he starts just running down the aisle to me. And he says, he gets to the foot of the stage. I'm still on the stage. He looks at me. He's like, "This was awesome. When are we going to do this again?" Because he had never seen that competitive phase in me. He had never seen me in any of that element. And he saw what the self-development, he saw what it had done for me. Now, I thought it was kind of hysterical at the time that he said, "When are we going to do this?" Because I was the one up on stage. But that support system is so imperative, I think, especially, I think at any phase, whatever age you are in pageantry, that support system is just so important. And I had that from the beginning. The journey was not easy from there. I competed 3 more times at Mrs. Tennessee before I heard my name called. I placed second runner-up. The next time I didn't win, or I didn't win, of course, the second time, but I didn't even place that second time. That was super hard. And then the third time I got first runner-up, and it was around the time of placing first runner-up and entering to go back and win that I found Alicia Darby and her Win a Pageant strategy. I found her on YouTube. Some of you may have listened to her podcast. And it was her teaching and her strategy that made all of that intangible, and I'm going to talk about some of this today, all of that intangible stuff that I just wasn't figuring out, it made it really tangible to me and got me to the crown. And since then, of course, I've competed at, like in the intro, Mrs. America, Mrs. United States, some other national pageants as well. And it's been an amazing journey that helped pull me out of that pit that I mentioned into an amazing self-development journey, which eventually led me to being a life coach. So that's a little bit of my story. I think that's important for you to hear that as I'm talking about some of these secrets to success that I'm not just talking about this stuff. I have lived this stuff as either a contestant, a director, a judge at the local, state, national level. Pageantry has always been my thing. My daughters also competed in a pageant one time, so I've been a pageant mom as well. If there's any pageant moms listening, I completely understand and know what you're going through there trying to prep them. So when I was putting all of my thoughts together today, now that you know a little bit about me and where I'm coming from, when I was putting all of this together, I do have 5 standout secrets, I think. But there was just this one overarching thing that kept coming back to me that I felt like was the message for today, especially when we think about becoming our best self and the whole foundation of today. And so that's really kind of what I want to start off with. It's just like the overarching theme that I feel like is so important when you're showing up to your pageant. Or actually even went before that, it starts when you're thinking about signing up, really. That's when your journey starts, when you've got that seed planted in your heart that you're gonna do the thing, and then you start prepping, and then you show up to the stage, right? So it starts before that, but what is that overarching thing? What is it that stands out the most to the judges? That's what we all want to know. What's the secret sauce, right? Well, I'm going to try to share a little bit about that with you from my opinion. So the secret to the success, it comes down to showing up as the queen before you're actually the queen. Showing up as the queen. So what does that mean? And I was trying to think of a good example, and I am, I'm a pageant girl, so of course I love all things queens, princesses, royal family, right? That's probably no surprise, and probably many of you out there. So I thought of a great example. So I'm thinking of the royal family. When Kate Middleton, that's the one that came to my mind. When Kate Middleton walks into a room, if people don't know who she is, which how could they not? But if they don't, they know when she walks into a room that she's someone special. They can tell that by the way she carries herself, by the way she speaks, the way that she engages with others, the way she dresses, the way she walks, the way she carries. Everything about her is a queen because she's been trained to be a queen, right? So take that thought and then apply it to a situation, maybe perhaps a pageant that you've been in, or a work function, something, an event. It doesn't have to be a pageant, but just think about an event when a woman walks in and she grabs everyone's attention. Like she's the woman of the moment. She stands out, whether there's judges in the room or not. She stands out to everyone. And what is it about those characteristics that make her stand out as a queen before she gets there? What are the characteristics of queen? What are those secrets, the secret characteristics, right? What are the characteristics of a queen? So that's really how I'm framing this today, the characteristics of a queen. So I have several secrets. I've tried to keep them into 5. And again, like pageantry is my sport, pageantry is my thing. I'm going to keep referring to my notes to stay on track because I know that I have a limited amount of time and I could talk about pageantry all day long. I am a professional pageant coach. This is what I do. So, so 5 things. Okay, so number 1. Here's number 1. The queen, which is us, right? The queen, that's us as contestants. I'll put myself in the category of contestants for today. The queen has a strategy for her year, okay? She's got a strategy. She's got a plan. She knows what she's going to do when the crown is placed on her head. This may not come easy to you. This takes a deep dive into why you even want to enter the pageant to begin with. It's part of your platform development. You can call it platform development. We call it legacy project at Win a Pageant. You can call it passion project, whatever it is. It really takes a deep dive into your why and why you've entered, why you want to pursue the title. At Win a Pageant, we have a 6-month curriculum. Now you can get through it faster. Some take longer. It all depends on where you are in your journey. But we've designed the 6-month curriculum because we know that this is not an easy process to develop a true winning strategy for your reign and beyond. Really, it's way beyond your reign. Once you find your legacy project and your passion, it is way beyond the crown and the reign. But that's kind of what gets us started. That's what gets us here today together talking about becoming our best self. So if you just prep for the pageant, it becomes very obvious quickly that you've just prepped for the pageant. And there's a lot of prep for the pageant, but if you don't prep beyond the pageant, it becomes quickly obvious to everyone, really, even yourself especially, that you're not quite ready and that you've got to develop that strategy. So that's why we plan not just to the pageant, but we plan way beyond the pageant so that you have an entire strategy for your year. And that's really what sets you apart because you know what you're going to do with the crown. It's an elevated platform that your director and your sponsors are giving you to share your message. And you have to have a strategy. You've got to know what you're going to do with that year. And speaking of directors and sponsors, that is the other key to this, that when I talk about your plan, that I want to make sure that you remember, because your director is the one that has, whether it's at the local, state, national level, it doesn't matter. Your director is the one that has created the platform for you to be able to speak your message to the world and give you that spotlight. So you need to incorporate the pageant into your plan and acknowledging and recognizing the director. And really what that means is that comes down to recruiting, helping to recruit, helping to highlight the pageant so that more sponsors want to come in. That's what that means when I say helping and highlighting the director and the pageant, because it comes down to we come to pageantry for a lot of reasons as contestants. It could be to get healthier, to elevate our platform, just for a girls' weekend. It could be for whatever reason. There's a lot of self-development reasons. But when you look at the directors and the sponsors, this is a business for them. And we have to remember that as title holders, that it is a business to elevate, and it's an opportunity to elevate and help them to continue with recruiting so that the legacy of the pageant, the sponsors, everything just continues on, and it only helps the legacy of the pageant. So we need to remember that when you're putting together a strategy. Just to remember to highlight the entire system so that we are able to to help directors, sponsors, our own personal mission, all of the things. So remember that in your strategy. That is something that I always felt like I knew as a contestant, but it wasn't until my husband joined me as a judge, as a branding and marketing expert, that I really started seeing it as more than just an opportunity for the contestants, that it's the business, the industry side of it that we are a huge catalyst for to advance. Because really, ultimately, we want to bring more women in to help them with their own self-development, because we all have stuff that weighs us down. Life is hard. And again, you're going to hear me say it a couple times, pageantry is the best self-development tool out there for women. So to bring more women in to help them become the best version of themselves as well. So that is, I think, in my opinion, a key to standing out is to have a strategy for your year and include the directors and the sponsors. So point number 2, a queen, and that's us. Remember, that's contestants. I'm including myself as a contestant today. That is you as the contestant, okay? So a queen puts her audience at ease. And her audience in this situation are the judges, okay? You got to put the judges at ease, because believe it or not, they're people too, and they have a huge job ahead of them. They are presented with all of the bios, all of the paperwork, all of the things, and it's a big job, whether it's a local, state, national pageant. It is a big job to select finalists and winners, and we have to remember that they're people too, to put them at ease. So how do we do that when we're nervous ourselves? I remember going into the interview room before I really developed my strategy and not being too comfortable. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we make our audience at ease? And this actually can even apply to onstage question as well. So for judges and onstage question. So we need to be so at ease with ourselves, so comfortable with our story, know ourselves inside and out, that when we have a conversation with the judges, when we have to get up and move on to the next judge, that they are wanting to have more and more conversation with us, that they are just like, wait, don't leave. I want to talk to you a little bit more. We want to know ourselves and be so comfortable that they are so at ease with us that they just want to stop right there. Like, stop right there. I just want to keep talking to this girl for the rest of the day. You know, that's the goal, right? That we have that engaging conversation. And we have to be so at ease with ourselves and know ourselves so well that takes some work as well. Self-development in general, becoming our best self, is hard work. And that's why today is so important. So thank you for listening today and being here and pouring into yourself. I feel like I need to add that as well. Okay, so that doesn't come easy, because a lot of times our why, the reason we're in the pageant, our platform, what we're wanting to promote, spins from a traumatic or really difficult event, right? Like for me, I'll use myself as an example. I had a cancer diagnosis that was originally my platform as far as prevention and awareness and women's health advocacy. But when I started out in that very first Mrs. Tennessee pageant, when I placed second runner-up, it was really hard for me to talk about because it was still really fresh. I had just been released from my oncologist. I wasn't all that comfortable talking about it. And so the way that I dealt with that was I built this wall. And I was as pageant Patty, if you've ever heard that phrase, I was as pageant Patty as Patty could be, okay? I had this wall. I think that's how a lot of us deal with that when we have these messages that we feel in our heart that we're supposed to convey and spread the word about, but it's still really difficult for us to talk about. So that was how I handled it. Another way that it can be handled is it triggers such emotion that perhaps in the interview room, it triggers tears. And while I built the wall, and nobody wants that either, nobody wants to break down crying from remembering something traumatic in their interview. You know, nobody wants that. The contestant doesn't want that. The director doesn't want that for the contestant that they've recruited. The judge definitely doesn't want to, because they're going to blame themselves, and it's just going to be this big awkward mess. Like nobody wants that. And that's why we have to know ourselves so well, and we have to know how to talk about our platform, our legacy project, in a way that it doesn't trigger the wall, it doesn't trigger the tears, whatever negative emotion is associated with it. And the way we do that, especially at Win a Pageant, is we take that event, that thing, our why of our message that we want to spread, and we teach our clients to turn that into action to make the world a better place, to get their message out there, whatever that may be, as far as, you know, writing books and podcasts and getting our message out there in whatever way. And so when you start doing that, when you start taking that negativity that triggers that negativity, but turning it into a positive, because you're getting your message out there, and then you start seeing that, wow, I'm doing this thing and it's really hard. I'm talking about this stuff that's really hard, but I'm seeing the benefit because I'm helping people. It then takes the negative spin that can trigger the wall or the tears or whatever it is, and it becomes this thing that it becomes just so passionate that you're so at ease, it's contagious. And again, you've probably heard me say this, that takes work. Self-development is, especially as an adult, and we probably have all ages today, but I feel like the older we get, and I'm in that category, sometimes the self-development doesn't come as easy as it does for, say, my teenage daughters right now, which is why it's so important. I'm constantly trying to pour into them to make sure that they have the self-development tools that I might not have had at a young age that I have now. So it doesn't come easy. But that's really what it comes down to, is making sure that those negative things, we pour into it so that it has a positive spin, and that energy, that contagious energy, becomes obvious in the interview room, and that then triggers the conversation where the judge just wants to keep talking to us all day long. So that is point number 2. Okay, so, and that's all platform oriented, which is a huge piece of standing out, but there are also some other pieces that I think are just as important that I want to make sure we touch on. Okay, so number 3, a queen meets her deadlines. Yes, if there's any directors in the room listening, they're all saying amen. Okay, and let's talk about why. Okay, when I talk about deadlines, I'm talking about not just paperwork, headshots, you know, any of the paperwork. I'm talking about that, but I'm also talking about showing up on time to the events. Okay, so those are the 2 things that I'm talking about. But let's talk about paperwork and meeting those deadlines first. A great example of this is I'm working one-on-one with a client right now, and her paperwork is due May 15th. And just this week, it's January 27th. Just this week, we put together a plan of when we're going to start on her paperwork, when we're going to do the rough drafts, when we're going to have the final copy, so that if everything goes as planned, and it will, because we've got it all planned out, that we will be able to have all of her paperwork printed and in the mail by May 1st. Now, her paperwork's not due till May 15th, so we have a huge buffer. We don't want to wait till the last minute. But that takes planning ahead in order to meet those deadlines. And meeting those deadlines is a key factor in showing that you're ready to take on the role as a title holder, because you're able to meet those deadlines. Because working with directors and sponsors and future sponsors, they want to know that you are trustworthy and that you can meet the deadlines put in front of you. So you have to make your deadlines, put together a plan. It doesn't take long to put together a plan, but you have to have a plan. But then, then the second piece of that is showing up to things on time. Today in pageantry, typically we're all in the same hotel, especially when you're at a national pageant, right? Even state pageants. We are all in the same hotel. Contestants, directors, judges, you know, we're all there together. So judges could be coming and going, And you may not know who they are if you haven't met them yet in interview. And even if you have met them in interview, if you see them running around in their gym clothes, you may not realize that that's a judge. If it's later in the day and they've gone to the gym and, their hair's not done, all that kind of thing, you may not know, but they're there in the midst. And they can perhaps see if you're showing up on time, if you're late, all of those things. It's a key piece of pageantry now that I think has become the norm, right? That we're all kind of living together under the same roof. So you have to be aware that everyone could be aware if you meet your deadlines and if you're on time or if you're late. And this is, I think, becoming like a universal thing. Alicia has just, she's actually, I won't say she's completed it because it's this database. It's an amazing database. It's called Your Next Pageant, and it's dozens and dozens of interviews with pageant directors. And she's constantly adding to it as she interviews more and more judges. And it's their take on all kinds of the stuff that we're talking about today. That deadlines and meeting deadlines is a key piece of that. Some pageants even deduct points for it. It's something that you have to be aware of. You've got to read that you've got to read the contestant manual to see all of the things, like how you're judged. And it's becoming a thing. If you're late on things, like it's a thing, it'll say in there points are deducted. So it's not I'll get to it when I want to. It's okay, this is a commitment. This is a contract that I'm signing. These are my deadlines, and I have to meet them to show the trust value that I can meet the requirements of being a title holder. So that Your Next Pageant with all of those interviews is a gold mine of information. It's phenomenal. It's interview after interview with directors, and it's amazing. So that is becoming a very common thing. So got to meet those deadlines, which what we are, that's what queens do. So point number 4, a queen is aware of her online presence. Now, I know that we all probably have different opinions on social media. We can have a love relationship with it, a hate relationship with it, all that at the same time. But it all comes down to, again, when we talk about pageantry being an industry, being a business, the marketability of it, it's not going anywhere. So as an individual contestant, you've got to figure out where that fits into your life and how you want to use it, and how you want to use it so that it's beneficial to the pageant and to the sponsors, right? So you have to take a look at that. Like, how do you want to show up, and how you want to use it, how you want to show your brand, and that kind of thing. So a key to that is people have to be able to find you on social media. If they have to if a sponsor or a judge or even a director, anyone, if they have to spend a lot of time finding you, then that's a waste of their time. I'm just going to say it the way it is, right? So you have to figure out what works for you. And so for me personally, the way I have handled that is my Facebook is more personal. It's more stuff with my kids. My husband shares stuff to that page. It's just more personal, right? Whereas my Instagram has much more pageant related information on it. And that is, so my Facebook is private, and then my Instagram is public. Anybody can see any of that. And there's stuff about my kids on there too, but it's primarily pageant related and coaching related and win a pageant related, right? So that's kind of how I've handled that personally. Everybody has to figure that out on their own. It's one of those things that it's not going away. So we have to figure out what makes us comfortable, because that online presence, that marketability that businesses are looking for, that's a key piece to being a title holder. So that's something to think on. That was my solution. Facebook was private, Instagram was public. It could be vice versa. It could have both of them wide open. It's whatever makes you comfortable. And also you have complete control over what you share and how you show up. So that can also help with your comfort level there. So that is, we're aware of our online presence and know that that's a piece of being a title holder. So point number 5 is a queen greets her audience. Okay, and this is a key one that we're now moving from. We've kind of done legacy, we've done platform, social media, paperwork, deadlines, all that, trying to hit on pieces of all of competing. And now we're to the stage. A queen greets her audience. And again, audience being the judges. Okay. That's how we want to think about this. And what I mean by that is when you're on stage, make eye contact with the judges. Now that may sound silly, like, okay, Trinity, of course I'm going to do that. Okay. So I have been a director, I've been a contestant, we've been all over all of that. Every single time I have competed, I have heard a woman say, that was so much fun, but it went by so fast. And were the judges even out there? Where were the judges? Okay, you got to know where the judges are so that you can make eye contact with them. And we can laugh about it, but it's happened. I know that I've even been one of those women. I may not have said that verbally, but I know that I've been one of those women that got out there, had a great time, saw my family over there, made sure I smiled at them, did my thing, walked off stage, and realized that I never once looked at the judges. So when I laugh about it and say that I've heard women do that, I know that I personally have also done that as well, especially in my college days. Okay, so why that's so important is, first off, it's okay to find your family in the audience and smile at them and find them. But the thing is, they're going to love you no matter what. You could fall, you could trip on your dress, you could have the best performance of your entire life. Your family and your friends are still going to think you're amazing, period. Like, they're going to love you. Doesn't matter what you did on stage. They're just proud of you for getting up there and doing the thing, right? So the judges, those 5 strangers down at the base of the stage that you've just made friends with in interview and are dying to have more conversations with you because you're so at ease with yourself and you have your plan and your strategy and your mission. You've got all that together. They just can't wait to talk to you more after the pageant. They are looking up at you with starry eyes, so excited to see you again. And then you don't acknowledge their presence. That can be heartbreaking. As someone sitting in the judge's seat, that can be heartbreaking because we want to continue that. And I'm looking up because the contestants are up almost every time that I've ever seen a pageant. The contestants are at the base of the stage, so they're looking up at the contestant on the stage. So they're looking up starry-eyed at their favorite contestants, and then we don't get to make eye contact, or they don't make eye contact. So you want to make that same connection from interview. You want to carry that onto the stage with you and continue that eye contact. Now, I know that you can't carry on a conversation with them when you are on stage, but you can make eye contact with them. You can smile. You can have an engaging silent conversation. It's all part of it. Now, that takes practice too, because you have to be really comfortable with your walk and the staging. You have to know what you're going to do when you get out on stage. You can't be trying to figure out when you're going to turn and where you're going to stand, and also make that sincere connection with the judges. You've got to know your routine. You've got to know your walk. You've got to be comfortable in your shoes. So all that takes practice behind the scenes so that you can continue, just like you were doing the platform work behind the scenes to be at ease in the interview room. You've got to do all of that walk practice and routine practice to be comfortable on stage as well, to be able to continue that connection, because continuing that connection from the interview room to the stage, it's different, because to make that connection on stage, but it's super important to continue and make that eye contact. And I know that Judges are making notes, so you may try to make eye contact with one of them and their heads down. Well, okay, go to the next judge and make that connection with them, all the ones that you can, and then try to hit that last judge if their head was down making notes or whatever. Try to hit that eye contact with that last judge before you get off stage. It's a key element to that connection as a title holder and as a queen that makes all the difference, making that eye contact with the judges. So those are 5 secrets, we'll call them secrets, tips that I, as a contestant, as a judge, as a director, all of that, collectively, these things are what I feel like are the umbrella of a standout queen, a woman that commands presence when she walks in the room. No one has to know who she is or what her title is. She may not even have a title yet, but they know that there's something special about her because she's put in all that work behind the scenes to show up as the queen. And I think that is if there's a secret to the success of winning the crown, it's putting in the work behind the scenes I categorize these into 5 categories, trying to keep myself on track so that I don't run into time for the next speaker. So I tried to put them into 5 different categories, but I feel like that's kind of the secret, the umbrella secret to success. So I have loved sharing all of this with you. I would love to work with you one-on-one at Win a Pageant. That's what we do. That's, as a life coach and a pageant coach, that's what we do, help women find their passion and their purpose and put it to what they have been called to do on this earth. And it is a joy and honor of my life to help other women do that. So thank you for listening. Thank you for being a part of this and listening. I hope you found some inspiration. And while none of these things may have been new to you, I'm not sure that really any of this is new stuff, but it's in the framework of standing out, how to stand out, the mindset and the prep. It's the whole umbrella of standing out and those secrets, putting together all of that, which is the kind of secret to the success, I think. So thank you so much for listening. I have loved being a part of today.
Well,
all right. Thank you so much, Trinity. I did want to make one comment that when you were talking about being in an elevator with a judge, I have extensive judging myself, and I can't tell you how many times I have been in an elevator with contestants who had no idea who I was. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I've heard things in the elevator that a judge shouldn't hear.
Right. It's something to be aware of. Especially before interviews, we don't know who's who. And not everybody is going to be dressed pageant ready all the time. So yeah, it's something to be aware of, because I think it's super common now that we're just all under the same roof. So you have to act like a queen at all times. Yeah.
And I'd like to add, Troy was my first coach. That's how I met him. And he told me, Trinity, from the minute that you leave your home to go to the airport, to get on that plane, you are on. The show is on, and the pageant has begun. And you should be dressed lovely. You should have your sash. You should wear it in the airport because you might run into somebody. It provides social media opportunities. I know I was on my way to Mrs. International, which was my first Mrs. Pageant, and people stopped me, wanted pictures, and that gave me an opportunity to take pictures and post those. And literally, you are on at all times. And I was also told you don't go out of the room unless you're ready to be presented. I mean, you do not go to the coffee spot in the lobby in your pajamas, because you don't know. And I have seen that, and it stuck with me. It makes perfect sense. But I will never, a matter of fact, at the Global Beauty Awards last year, I would not go out to get coffee until I was glammed up, and my roommate went and got coffee for me because I was in the middle of a business call. So I think everybody needs to have that mindset.
Yeah, it's not easy to think, oh, I can't just run downstairs and get coffee if I'm in my pajamas, because that's what we do in real life sometimes, right? If my kids are especially when my kids were little, running around, I need to go get something for them, just run downstairs to the hotel lobby, grab some waters, run back upstairs, no big deal. It's not the same. It's not the same. It is you're correct. It starts the second you leave your home and get on the flight or drive there. The second you arrive to the hotel, it starts from the beginning, and your prep starts the second you decide in your mind that you're going to do the pageant. Whether you've entered officially or not, that's when your prep starts. So the process, there's so much more to it. That's why I believe just firmly it's the best self-development tool out there, because we put so much effort into it to become the best version of ourselves. And so when we do all of that, we show it to the pageant, the absolute best version of ourselves. And it's such an amazing experience. And it's an amazing experience as a contestant to show up as the best version of yourself when you know that you are completely comfortable and confident and ready to take on the title. It's amazing as a director to watch the growth of the contestant from entering to winning. And then, even as a judge, it's amazing to watch that as well. So I feel like all of us, regardless of our place within the pageant world, we're all learning and growing together. I can't speak enough about pageantry.
For those of you watching, we do have Trinity's contact information on the screen, and we have just a few minutes left in this session. Rosanne's going to run through some of the comments that have been posted. Mm-hmm. And if you have any questions, you can ask those now also through the comments.
Right. So Trinity, your cancer story and your recovery really inspired Janine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really helps you learn your why too, I think.
Yeah. We have to find our why. Sometimes we have to dig deeper than what we think. Our why may just be, oh, I want to get in shape, right? Sometimes that's our why. But then when we really start digging, we realize that it's so much more than that. And I could have easily said when I started in Mrs. Pageantry, oh, I just want to get back in shape because I'd been so sick for so long and didn't recognize myself. But that really had nothing to do with it. I mean, that was a benefit, but it was really to make sure that no one ever had to hear the words that I had to hear ever again. If I can help someone, even if it's just one person, I mean, this whole 10-year journey, if I've just helped one person not hear all the stuff that I had to hear, it was well worth it. And that's our why. But sometimes it's not easy to find that why. You have to dig deep, and it hurts sometimes.
We have another one. Thank you for sharing your story and advice. Very similar, but nice to hear. We have lots of thank yous. And Amanda thought all of your tips were fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you all show up as a queen the next time I'm with these secrets.
Janine really felt that your message hit home with her.
Wonderful. So I'll thank you for the comments.
Yes. And last but not least, Mary Harrison said in her last pageant, they were actually not allowed to be seen out of the rooms without heels, and we could not have their hair in curlers or bonnets. They had to look the part. So once again.
Yeah. Yep. Got to look the part. Now, I will say as a judge, when we would attend rehearsals and things, if I saw women's hair in rollers, that really wasn't much of a thing. Having been a contestant before, but also at the same time, if you can avoid it, I also remember times as a contestant, I told my hairstylist, I'm not leaving the room with my hair in rollers. So I've been there. I've been on both sides of leaving with rollers and not. But because I had been a contestant, it didn't faze me like it perhaps would someone that was judging that had never been in a pageant. They might have thought, why on earth is that girl's hair in rollers? You just never know what other people are thinking. And we don't share that type of information with each other. So, but it didn't faze me as much, but I've been one to say, oh no, I'm not leaving with my hair in rollers. And then other times I have. So, but yeah, it's a thing. We want to be pageant ready. And that's part of it. We don't get to do that in real life, not all the time. So get dressed up and enjoy it. Have fun.
Okay. And one last comment from Anna. She would love to work with you and she hopes to connect soon. And I do want to encourage everyone, as Troy said, that Trinity's contact information is there. And one purpose of today is to introduce you to these experts and to give you a networking opportunity. Pageantry provides networking. So we want to remind everybody to take advantage of that, and that any of our fine speakers today would welcome you to connect with them directly.
Absolutely. I would love to work with them.
Okay. Well, that's all I have for comments and or questions, Troy.
All right. Again, Trinity, thank you so much for taking time out of your Saturday and to join us and provide us with this info, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
If we have any follow-up comments, I'll make sure to get those sent over to you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye. All right. So for everybody that's still watching, we are going to do our first drawing of the day. Let me bring us over here. And the first drawing is going to be for 3 items. We're going to do, if you can see, whoops, where am I at here? It is a crown magnet from the Queen's Magnet. And then also it is a crown keychain. And this was actually from the Broadway production of Frozen. And then also it is a black crossbody strap, black sparkle from Crown Catchers. So we have, whoops, give me 1 minute here. We have everybody's in. And we're going to draw. You can all see. Okay, we're going to set that down. And
looks
our
like
winner, Phoenix. Yay!
Yay!
Congratulations on winning the first prize. And we will message you after the seminars today to get this to you. So we are going to take a short, about 7 minutes. If anybody needs to take a break, refresh their beverages, we will be back right at 1 p.m. Central. So in about 7 minutes, we will be back with our next presenter of the afternoon. All right, welcome back. Hi, Rosanne. You're on mute.
Oops.
There we go.
Hope everybody had time to stretch their legs because we have another really great and fun presenter.
And for those of you watching, two things. When you get the link for the rebroadcast to watch whenever you want in the future, if you choose to, there will be a marker at the beginning of each presenter. So if you miss somebody and you want to see them in the future, come back and watch, you'll be able to skip to the beginning of each presenter based upon the markers that are on the rebroadcast. Also, if everybody could just do their first name again so that we know who's still watching, and we will put you in the drawing for a second time. You can win multiple times today. You'll have up to 5 chances. If you watch all afternoon, you'll have 5 chances in the box for the drawings at the very end. But let me get back here, and it's 1 o'clock. So we are going to, let me get my notes here. Our next presenter is Renee Fleming, is a driven and successful entrepreneur, widely known for her remarkable achievements in building an impressive sales organization with Touchstone Crystal under the Sparkle Queens umbrella. With a relentless work ethic, unwavering dedication, and a profound passion for empowering others to succeed, Renee has established a sales organization that has exceeded $12 million in sales and continues to grow. As a badass queen, Renee provides invaluable coaching, comprehensive business building training, and essential tools to her team and individuals in the direct selling and network marketing industry. Her unwavering commitment lies in empowering others to achieve their goals and unlock their full potential. Furthermore, Renee is celebrated for her unwavering support of individuals in the pageant world. She has become a go-to fundraising and sponsoring queen, actively assisting contestants and directors in raising funds to support their journeys, charities, and causes. Renee's devotion to helping women look and feel their best extends beyond pageantry as she offers the finest collagen elixir available on the market. This unique product not only helps individuals attain radiant, glowing skin, but also promotes overall wellness. In addition to her professional accomplishments, Renee is a dedicated mother to 2 adult daughters and currently resides in the beautiful state of Rhode Island. Through her multifaceted endeavors and unwavering commitment, Renee is unapologetically inspiring moms over 40 to build their effort fund and leash their inner badass queen. Please welcome our next presenter, Renee Fleming.
Hello, hi dear friends. How are you?
We're great. Glad to have you.
Hello.
Okay.
Your sound is a little strange. Is it coming across weird for you, Rosanne?
It is. It's like a little muffled. Renee, could you turn your volume up maybe? No, you're still very muffled. Troy, should we have her go out and come back in?
All right, Rosanne, I'm going to let you stall while we get Renee back in.
Oh, okay. So we would love to hear from everybody who is on. If you could put in the comments, if you are a current title holder or if you are pursuing a title, I'd love to share with other attendees who you are and which system you're here representing. So if people would like to do that, that would be great. And just to let everybody know, Renee we're trying to get her hooked up together again. So it's not that there's a lost connection. It's that Renee, we've all connected, but Renee is not. So I'll look at the comments and see if you can send me a message and we can talk about who is here and which system. So let's see. Miss Kelly is here with Miss Senior Nationwide. She is one of our senior queens. And Kelly, what are you enjoying most about today? You want to send me an email or a message? We also have from Luxuria Bador, I am Miss Berlin, USA. Okay. Mary Harrison has joined us. She is with a system called Ms. Educator of America. And Mary is also one of our legacy queens here at Nationwide Pageantry. We also have Sherilyn Linderman, and she is Ms. Nebraska Senior Nationwide. So we'll be seeing her in August at our national pageant, August 6th through the 11th in Omaha, Nebraska. Sherilyn has been a longtime friend and supporter of our system. And Kelly is so excited to hear from Kerry Damiano, who is an inspiration for her.
All right, we're going to see if we can bring Renee back in.
Okay. Thanks for chatting, ladies. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Hello there.
Woo!
Yay! Take it away.
Gotta love technology, right?
Right.
Thank goodness
right.
for multiple streams. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction and for bearing with me on a technological journey. Again, my name is Renee Fleming, and I really and truly love empowerment. This is like my jam. As an empowerment coach, I have helped so many women in their journey on the business building and network marketing industry, as well as helped so many pageant organizations, directors, and contestants throughout with my business. So I'm going to share, in order to understand more about empowerment and how I got to, and how I'm going to share some empowerment information, I'm going to share a little bit about me. So yes, I do have notes because I can't memorize everything at my age, but just so you know a little bit more about my story. And I think it's really important for people to share their story because it truly does help inspire others. And through that inspiration, helps us with our own self-empowerment. And sharing your story may empower others to share theirs. So me, I was born and raised in Rhode Island. My biological father took his life when I was only 6 years old. And my mom raised my sister and I as a single mom with, some help from the sweetest grandparents. But after my mom remarried to my stepdad, who I call my dad, at 10, I spent the teen years sleeping on a pull-out sofa. My half brothers were little. They had 2 boys, and we were in a 2-bedroom home on the 2nd floor tenement house, and there were 6 of us. I was determined to get out on my own and wanting more. So I moved out at 17, right after high school, and I just worked relentlessly. I then learned the hard lessons of life and living outside of my means, filed for bankruptcy, and went into rebuild mode. Then comes love, then comes marriage, and children, and building a life that I envisioned for my family. My husband became very successful. We were very blessed until divorce happened for me. After 17 years, there I was, stay-at-home mom, 2 daughters, a big house, and I was still determined to build a life that I had dreams for my children and myself, just solo. So I started this Touchstone Crystal by Swarovski business, not really believing or understanding that I could be successful in direct sales in a party business. I was just so darn stubborn that failure just wasn't an option. And literally, I had Post-it notes in my office with 2 words, and these words still resonate with me today, and that is watch me. I had that posted all over, watch me. So as you are on your journey in the pageant world and in life, if you have those doubts, or perhaps not a network of people supporting you, that those 2 words, watch me, is so empowering. Okay, use that. So while there's been many ups and downs, curveballs, obstacles, and way too many no's to count, I'm here over 10 years later in this business, having been a senior executive director with a team of over 400 women that I'm really lucky to work with. I've earned about 18, 20 all expense paid vacations. I forget the number. It's been quite a journey. 2 free BMWs. I've helped promote 2 senior directors during my career. they've earned free BMWs as well. I have amazing friendships and sisterhood from across the country. This business is why I'm here. This is how I met both Troy and Rosanne, because of this business. And I'm really proud, like they said, I grew a sales organization to date over $12 million in sales, and we're still growing. So when you think about that and thinking about, starting a business with, little to no experience in this industry and not sure whether or not I could sell a bracelet, let alone build a business, here I am 10 years later. Now, another aspect that I'm really super proud of is, and I'm patting myself on the back here because I think we all need to, celebrate our own personal accomplishments, is that I have been the official sponsor of the Miss America organization and the Miss Volunteer America organization. And I share that because at a national platform and those, big pageant organizations, it was me. It was little old Renee Fleming to work with them and to build those relationships. So to say that this business has been, life-changing is an understatement. So I am really excited because I've expanded my business. I am so passionate about helping others in their journey. And like Troy said, I unapologetically inspire moms over 40 to build their side hustle and unleash their inner badass queen. Everything is about unleashing your queen potential, right? So I have a coaching and training business, and I love supporting others. So when it comes to understanding our queenness, I want to talk about, when we speak of a queen, we're talking more than just a title or a crown. It's really about embodying strength, dignity, and grace. It's about how you carry yourself, how you influence others, and more importantly, how you see yourself. In both pageantry and in life, embracing your inner queen is about recognizing and owning your power to make a positive impact. Each one of you possesses unique strengths and qualities that really set you apart from anybody else. It's really crucial to take time to self-reflect. Ask yourself, what am I good at? What makes me special? It could be your unwavering compassion, your sharp wit, or your ability to inspire others. Recognizing these qualities, celebrate them, and let them shine. In my journey, embracing my strengths has been key to building a life and career that I love. I realized early on in my career, after stumbling, because we stumble a lot, right? We like to fail forward. You don't have to become somebody else. I had this perception that I needed to be like this person who was successful in this area. I needed to act or look or sound like this one. When I let that go and shed that and embraced my unapologetic, imperfectly perfect person that I am, it really did. It was life-changing for me. And that's what helped me have this sense of self-empowerment. So remember, you don't have to be somebody else, and you don't have to sound like somebody else. Be authentically you. Building self-confidence is like building muscle. It takes time, it takes dedication, it takes practice. So starting off with things like personal affirmations, look in the mirror every morning and affirm your worth. Practice visualization, see yourself succeeding, wearing your crown, achieving your goals. And don't underestimate the power of a strong posture. Stand tall, stand proud, own it, right? Self-care is also really pivotal. And it's not just about pampering yourself, but it's about nurturing your mind, your body, your soul. So it's whether tips like meditate, if you're spiritual, read the Bible, a motivational book, podcasts, surround yourself with like-minded people. That's really an important part. And that's one of the things that I love about the pageant industry is having this community where people really and truly lift others up and help each other with whatever aspect that they need. So lean on your fellow pageant contestants, directors, and coaches for sure. Now, we all face that inner critic, right? The whispers of doubt. We all face that. And it's crucial to really challenge these negative thoughts. So replace the I can't with I can. Replace the I won't with I will. Hashtag watch me. Mindfulness practices can help you back to the present moment. Okay, so where self-doubt will have less power, we want to get rid of that. Remember, your most influential audience. It's you. Make sure you're speaking kind to yourself. Make sure you're speaking words of encouragement and empowerment to yourself. Manifestation really helps you achieve your goals. Set your goals. Set SMART goals. Do you know what SMART goals are? SMART goals stand for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Okay? I love vision boards. If you don't have a vision board, you're missing out. It is a great tool to have. I've got my vision board. I used to old school and do my vision boards with cut out little magazine pictures and so print things out and words. And now with the power of Canva, we can have our digital vision board. My digital vision board is the screen of my phone. It is the background on my computer. I see it every day. I work towards my goals every day. And I really challenge you all to create your own vision board. Developing your personal brand is really a critical aspect of empowering yourself on your pageant journey. Your personal brand is how the world sees you, and more importantly, how you see yourself. So it's about aligning your external presence with your inner queen. Be consistent in your actions, your speech, how you present yourself, what you show to the world, right? Your brand is your reflection of your innermost values and strengths. Let them shine through in every aspect of your life. For instance, when I started this business, I thought that's all I needed to do. That's who I was. And until I embraced and created my own brand, owning who I was, what I bring to the table, the gifts that I can offer the community, and sharing those things really, truly from your heart, that's when you can really excel in creating your personal brand. Now, we all have role models and inspirational figures we look up to, right? Women who embody strength, grace, dignity, resilience. These role models, whether they're public figures or they're personal acquaintances, they show us what's possible. They pave the way. They inspire us to follow them. Think about who inspires you and why. Right? Draw lessons from their journey. Talk to them, ask them, reach out to them. That's also a great thing because women really and truly love to help support each other. And when you see someone that inspires you or that you connect with, it's a great thing to contact them and have a conversation. And women will love to support you. So draw lessons from their journeys and let their stories fuel your own paths. So empowerment is not just a feeling, it's action, right? It's action. It's taking steps, however small, however big, towards your goals. It's about perseverance. It's about resilience. Remember, every queen started as a contender, just like you. It's the actions you take, the challenges you overcome that shape your journey, and it defines your reign. Now, I want to turn the spotlight on you. Let's take a moment to reflect, to share. Think about what makes you powerful. What qualifies you? What qualities, make you a queen? What qualities make you a queen? If you can share in the comments, let's share and celebrate these attributes together because it's not just about individual growth. It's about building a community of empowered queens. Okay, let's see what you got. Troy and Rosanne, you want to come back on and you can help monitor this?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Wonderful. Let's see if anyone pops on because I know I can't see it. Persistence.
Jenny.
Discipline. I love that. Yes.
Okay.
Great qualities.
Just waiting for some more to pop up.
Well, we have a comment from Mary. She says she gets many compliments on the water bottle. She must have one of your fabulous water bottles.
I love it. Yes. I love it. My queen water bottle. I just love it. Again, I love things that empower, that feel good. So for those that know, I forgot to share exactly what I do as well. This is Touchstone Crystal. I am a division of Swarovski, and I have a beautiful collection of jewelry that you can tell what I do, that I love to share. I have an online boutique, and I also do tons of fundraising. So that's really what got me into the pageant world, because I love the pageant industry so much, and I wanted to figure out a means to give back. So I use my business as a tool to help others, whether it's to offset costs for their pageant journey, or it's to support a scholarship program, a charity or cause near and dear to your heart. So if anyone's interested in learning more about that, just send me a message, okay?
Okay. Jeannie Lou says persistence and discipline pay off.
Fantastic. Yes, it does. Hashtag watch me.
Yes, yes. Do we have any other? Oh, here we go. Haley Poe says passion, determination, and a genuine desire to help others is what inspires her.
Absolutely. It really is. When you help others, it just makes you feel so good, right? It just makes you feel to be part of somebody's journey, to put a smile on somebody's face, to help someone. That just fills your cup.
And Melinda Gonzalez, one of our state title holders this year, says compassion and being optimistic are her answers.
That's a great one too, is optimism, because for sure, I know in my journey, and I think we can all relate in all of our journeys in life, life happens to each and every one of us in our journey. And so if you're in the pageant world and you're going for a title, and you may not win every title, everything that you go through, right? But being that optimistic self to go, okay, I'm going to get the next one. What do I have to do in order to achieve whatever goals? Again, those SMART goals. But being optimistic in your journey will help you get to where you want to be, for sure.
Okay. And from Amanda Kim, I think the biggest attribute about me that makes me a queen is my way to uplift others and inspire people to see the best in themselves and to become their best selves.
I love that. Yes, that is a total sparkle queen right there. I love it.
Okay. Renee, I have a question for you. And yes, you mentioned that life happens. What's been one situation that on the outset it looked very dire, but looking back now you see it as almost a blessing in disguise? What's one thing that seemed so bad but then ended up teaching you so much?
Well, my personal life, I can say, was probably my divorce. After, when you're married 17 years, personally, I wasn't planning or expecting a divorce. And I could have gone down the, oh my God, what do I do? But I took that as, okay, now put my big girl pants on, and what am I going to do? And embraced it. Had I not gone through that, I would not be where I am now. I would not have been able to teach my daughters so many valuable lessons about life, about overcoming obstacles, about achieving goals, about when life gives you lemons, what do you do with those lemons? You make lemonade. I have been able to give my daughters the gift of so much, of a higher education, of a lifestyle that I didn't have when I was a child, opportunities that I didn't have. Had I not gone through that divorce, I would not have been able to help so many other women also build their business. And that's why I'm so passionate about helping others build their side hustle so that everyone has an opportunity to earn extra money, especially in today's climate. So whether that's, helping someone in their path so that they can build a little side hustle to help their pageant expenses, to support a charity, or, any of that. But I'm really passionate about that. And had I not gone through that, I would not have been here for sure.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to give it back to you to continue on the presentation.
Okay, great. Well, that's really it. So with the Touchstone Crystal, I'm going to share with you, this again is Touchstone Crystal. We are a division of Swarovski. So if you're familiar with Swarovski crystal, Swarovski's been around for over 125 years. Everything from Dorothy's ruby red slippers to Michael Jackson's iconic white glove to the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree star. And if any of you know that, that celebrity Kim Kardashian, right? Some of you may be aware of her with her Skims line. She actually just partnered with Swarovski. I don't know if you saw that, but they have a beautiful collection of Skims with Swarovski crystals on it. I love being part of a fashion powerhouse, and I love being part of a fashion powerhouse that will help celebrate others and give an opportunity to add a little extra sparkle to somebody's day. So again, I have beautiful jewelry that you can certainly shop online. You can earn free jewelry, or you can fundraise to offset some pageant expenses, or to help support a pageant organization or a charity or cause near and dear to your heart. In addition to that, again, we also have a business opportunity for those that want to have a side hustle with Touchstone Crystal. I love sharing that and helping others build their business. And then for those that have a business, whether it's with another company, I also offer, there's training programs, coaching opportunities to help build your side hustle. I have online courses that I've created. This business really has transitioned into so many others that I'm really excited about. Again, you saw the water bottle that women love. This is a lot of fun. I also have water bottle. I have a beautiful queen ring. So I love dabbling in a true entrepreneurial spirit. I love sharing, and that's really what the reason why I have so many crowns I wear is the fact that I love to share. And when I find something or I understand something and I can pay it forward, that's why I'm sharing so many different things. So then I also started to share a wellness product, a collagen elixir that I fell in love with myself, and I share that as well. So if you are in a entrepreneurial interest, then I am your girl, because I do feel that every person should have multiple streams of income. I'm very passionate about helping others as a brand strategist, as an empowerment coach, to help you build your side hustles. And whether it's through affiliate marketing, it's through network marketing, direct sales, so many other business opportunities, digital marketing, and I can go on and on. So I'd be happy to schedule a strategy session with everyone curious to know a little bit more about the opportunities that I have to support you. Just send me a message, follow me on your favorite social media channel, and I will help you. So thank you. That's what I have, Troy and Rosanne. Do we have any questions coming in?
We do. A couple quick comments though. Amanda Kim said she just completely connected with you. She is also recently out of a 12-year relationship and felt that she wouldn't be living her true calling without that. So just somebody that totally feels you and understands that. We do have a question from Mary Harrison, and that is, what is your favorite thing about working with the pageant industry?
I love the pageant industry because it's all about empowerment. It's about helping others. It's a community like no other, which is one thing that really struck me. And as I started working with, especially like the teens, and seeing the accomplishments of young women and what they've done, I sat back and I went, wait a minute. I have got way more that I need to contribute to this life when I look at these young ones and I'm inspired by so many. So one of the favorite things that I love is the inspiration that people share with each other and the inspiration that I get from watching others succeed.
Okay. And we have another comment that was came in just at the tail end before we went back to you. Miss Lou says, yes, helping others makes my heart glow. Being a good friend to someone else is worth more than $1 million. So that was her answer to you for your first, right? Right.
I love it. Yep, for sure.
Okay. And Troy says, what ways can you help directors?
Excellent. So yes, I love helping directors with my sponsorship. So I do a couple of different things. We set up a fundraising program. I donate 20% of all sales. I create a unique shopping link that everyone can send out to family, friends. We can support that with a Facebook Live if anybody likes to do that as well. Certainly love doing that. And it's super easy. And then for directors, I also offer special gifts for their crowned winners. But that fundraising program and that 20% that I give back to everyone is for directors and pageant contestants as well. And for directors, it's the special bonus gifts.
And Renee, I know you do this, so I want you to talk about it. What kind of things, I know you've offered programs to contestants to raise money for pageant fees and expenses. Yeah, mm-hmm. Can you go over that program as well? Because I know that many young ladies or people new to the pageant world, there are expenses. And have you been helping and how do you help those people meet some of those extra expenses?
Yes, absolutely. So that's really the reason why I started getting into the pageant world. My youngest daughter, back when I started this, was a competitive dancer. And we all know the expenses of those extracurricular activities. So this gave me that means to give back. So I found that with pageant contestants, to help them offset their expenses, again, I donate 20% of all sales. Nearly 60% of our collection of jewelry is less than $60. We always have amazing sales and specials. So this jewelry is something that people will have for life. We have pieces for every day. We have pieces for interview. We have like just gorgeous pieces for every aspect of your life. We have the jewelry for. And what I love is that because of the fact we are Swarovski, we are a division of Swarovski, we have a lifetime replacement policy. So should you lose your favorite earring, your necklace broke, your dog ate it, whatever it is, you can call me up for life and we replace the item with the similar value for no more than $25. So for contestants, again, I create a unique shopping link. So consider it like an affiliate code. They can put it into their social media. They can text and email that out to their friends and family. What I love about that is it's helping contestants raise money, but it's not asking for money. Mm-hmm. And that's a big thing because the person who's helping the contestant is getting something either for themselves or a gift to buy. And like I said, with nearly 60% of the collection, less than $60, there's something for everyone. So I think a lot of small businesses, especially, are asked for sponsorship, right? We're asked a lot. And although I would love to be able to give to every single person that asks for sponsorship, it's impossible for every business to do that. So I find with this fundraising, it's kind of a do good, feel good, because it helps the contestant, it helps the person. It's just a win-win.
And ladies, I can profess I have many pieces of this jewelry. I sold it just to collect it, and it's lovely, and there's never been any problems with it. So we do have and one more question that just came in from Sherilyn. Do you have more than one vision board? She asked, and if you do, or have you had a vision board for your whole life goal?
I have one vision board because I incorporate, this is who I am, right? Again, it's that personal brand. I interweave my personal and my business. It's all one. I can see it everywhere. It's something that I work towards every single day. Yep.
Thank you for that question.
I was going to comment for those watching the her jewelry isn't just for you queens, because I own at least 15 of the ice bracelets. So I have them to go with all of my jackets for pageants.
That's right. And, you know, little side note, ice bracelets are on sale for only $69 this month only, and time's a ticking.
Had to get that in, didn't you?
You know, there's nothing like a little self plug, you know, got to do it.
It is very high quality jewelry. It's lovely and it's very classic. And as you stated, there's something for everyone. You even have smaller pieces for you know, for a young lady, you know, preteen to a teen. I bought several pieces for young ladies, all the way up to and we've had contestants in the nationwide system wear it for interview. I've seen it wore by several people, and as you stated, you were a sponsor for Miss America, so several Miss Americas have wore it. So it's what's nice is that it's very transitional jewelry. I feel you could wear it at a pageant, but you could wear it at church, and I think that's nice. Sometimes we get stuck in a rut and we buy something for one event, but the thing with Touchstone, now I'm just going to say, I have those earrings. I show everybody those are the convertible pearl earrings, right?
Oh yes, these are
So
such a favorite of mine.
So show them that this is just one example of something that you could wear, but then they do convert.
They do. So what I love about this is you can wear it just as a stud, or you can wear it as a drop earring. So a lot of our pieces we have that you can wear multiple different ways, which is really great. And to your point, what's wonderful too about our jewelry is that queens can wear this at appearances. Not all the time, you know, our crown holders wearing the pageant jewelry. So this is not the pageant jewelry. This is the jewelry that you can wear every day. You can share this with your family and friends because there are pieces for them for every day. So whether you have a special event or it's, you know, you're in your leggings and your t-shirt, we've got jewelry for you. So I love that.
Can you speak to how you got involved in, with Miss America and Miss America Teen, and then on the flip side of that, what you feel you get out of it and what they get out of it, or what they've told you they get out of it?
So yes, it was perseverance. It was perseverance. It was follow up. It was follow up. So like in anything that we endeavor, it may not happen overnight. And so for me, I reached out to the Miss America organization many, many times and followed up for a couple of years. But again, persistence pays off, and worked with them. What I love about working with all pageants, so whether it's Miss America, it's volunteer, it's nationwide, it's all pageants, is that it also helps me connect with other women. So it's the relationships that I built with people that, you know, even if they don't want to shop my jewelry, like that's okay. But it's a connection that we can make, and maybe there's something that I can do to help support them in the future. So it's not about what's going to happen to me. It's my business. It's about how I can help them possibly a year or two from now. So when somebody meets me and they go, you know, oh, okay, that's the jewelry lady. They may not remember my name, but they'll remember the jewelry lady and connecting with me over time. So I love being able to have especially with like a Miss America. So we do talk, because that has been, you know, a pageant for centuries, not centuries, but decades, I meant to say. Having the validation for me was a big thing, because there tends to be a negative connotation with the network marketing or direct selling industry. So to have the stamp of approval, so to speak, from such an iconic organization to say, this is a brand that we partner with, that we understand. When I say the brand, it wasn't Touchstone Crystal. It was they partnered with Renee. So that felt, you want to talk about empowered, that felt amazing to get that validation. So that gift that I sort of say they gave me, I gave them, you know, I gave them jewelry, I gave them sponsorship, and, you know, the queens wore it. I've done events with Miss America, with the former Miss Americas, done lots of great things. But that validation, I think, really and truly spoke volumes. And that helped me transition into even more opportunities in the pageant world, because it kind of opened the door as that stamp of approval. Yeah.
Definitely.
We have a comment from Mary. She says she wears your jewelry for pageants, but then she wears the earrings on a daily basis, and she does a lot of internet teaching, and she says that the kids love it when she wears big earrings on Zoom. Conversation starter, I'm sure.
It really is. Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you, no matter where I go, I'm a conversation starter. You know, everywhere I go, people comment about my jewelry, whether it's, you know, on Zoom or it's in person. People are always like, oh, where did you get that? And then I can actually go, I'm a human Barbie doll. I get to wear it every day.
And we have a couple other comments. Melinda says she loves those earrings. Well, I am sure you could help her.
I'm sure I can.
Any other ones? Yes. And do we have any other questions for Renee at this point?
I do know you, I think we're going to hear more of it throughout the afternoon, and we've already heard it. But for those watching, pageantry, one of the words that you really can connect with pageantry, which I heard you talking about, is the networking.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how all of us involved on the backside of pageantry, how we have discovered the networking. I mean, that's how we met you.
Yeah,
it was through pageantry, and we've met, we've seen you and been with you at the Global Beauty Awards, and through Zooms and through fundraising. And it's amazing how this thing called pageantry opens doors that we don't know are there to be opened for us.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's things like our seminar today. It's like, you know, we keep hearing about the networking in that, and it's just another aspect of how pageantry has these amazing tangents that we don't realize until they happen.
Absolutely. And networking is, you know, we hear it's really all about relationships. And that's what this industry gives us, is that opportunity to network and to build relationships with others. And it's not about what we are going to get out of it, but it's about something that we can give to somebody else. So, you know, we always encourage contestants, directors to reach out to others and have conversations and share your journey and share your obstacles and ask questions, because you never know if you can help somebody else in their journey, helping them. And we've seen all those comments. When we help others, that fills all of our cups. We wouldn't be in part of this industry if that wasn't at our core. So knowing that and understanding that we're all on that same page, reaching out to any one of us or anybody else in the pageant world, everyone is willing to help each other. So yeah, networking and building relationships is at the core of pageantry, and that's why I love it.
Well, and I'd like to encourage everybody too. I often hear it from contestants and even people not in pageantry, but say, well, I don't think I could call them, or I don't kind of have the guts to call somebody. And I always encourage people that they're just people. And, you know, especially if you're in a situation like this, they're expecting calls. And so don't be shy, I tell people. And then I want to pick up on your perspective, which is persistence. Just because you send one email and it's not received, I think many people, myself included over the years, have somehow put a negative spin on that. Oh, they really don't want to talk to me. And perhaps it could just be they didn't get the email or went to spam, or maybe it's not in their vision for the organization at this point, but maybe later. So I love how you said, I had to call and contact Miss America several times. And I will tell you that I am aware of organizations that actually say that they look for people who call 2 or 3 times, because then they know they're serious, that it's not just a fly-by-night connection. And so I tell people, just because you don't get that first response, that doesn't mean follow up in a month, follow up in 3 weeks. And I love that you said, hey, you know, I just didn't make a call and Miss America happened. You have to stick with it. You really do. And they set the industry standard, or sales statistics, is you typically 7 to 12 reach outs to get a yes. Yeah.
Now think of that, 7 to 12. So if you all are making one reach out and thinking somebody just didn't answer you and they're like, and you sit there and go, well, they're not interested, that's not the case. When we all think about our lives and what we have on our plates, right? Sometimes we're overwhelmed. Just because an email came in or a text came through that we didn't respond to doesn't mean that we don't want to respond to it. It's just we couldn't at that time. So yes, might have forgotten to respond. I have received emails that it's not my intent to not respond, but life happens or we're traveling or whatever the reason is. That follow-up is key. Having a strategic plan, and this is really important, is having a plan and having a strategy of your reach outs is really important. So organizing that, whether it's through a spreadsheet, if you're old school, writing it down, but write down, like put in there who you reached out to, how you reached out to them, what is your follow-up date, how are you following up? Remember, I talk about a lot my three-legged stool strategy in order to build a business. And what I mean by that, the three-legged stools is social media, email marketing, and personal follow-up. Having those streams relates to all of us. So even as a contestant reaching out for sponsors or looking for pageants, you might reach out via email. You might go follow them on social media, comment on their posts, send them a private message. Again, building those relationships, right? And then sending a DM, like I said. So it's those three aspects: social media, email marketing, and direct message. But doing one may not get you the results that you want. Doing all three, doing it consistently, and I'm not saying in 24 hours you're going to go like, bah, 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 right, and just like hound somebody, but over time and come up with that strategy. The key, oftentimes people forget and they're like, oh, I forgot, I meant to follow up with because I haven't heard back. You got to make sure you write it down. So whether you use, a computer to do it, Trello boards, old school paper, put reminders on your phone, whatever you got to do. But that follow-up really is important for every aspect, especially when you're asking for sponsorships.
And that,
go ahead, Trey.
That goes along too, from a director's standpoint, from my standpoint, when we have contestants, messaging us or replying to posts or sending emails and that, the pageant isn't my real job. So right. Sometimes I'm at work and I can see a direct message come through. I'll look at it. Well, from the other side, the contestant or the potential contestant or the title holder, they see that I saw the message. And so many times people assume you saw the message. Okay, why isn't he replying to me? Well, in that instance, I glanced at it. I knew that I could reply later. It wasn't urgent. I'm at work. I'm doing something else. And then I forget.
Right.
But the other person on the other end is like, oh, they're ignoring me or they're not replying. And so, yeah, you definitely have to. It's, I would rather people follow up more, numerous times, because then I remember, oh, yeah, I did. I forgot to get back with them, because life gets in the way. Mm-hmm. And pageantry is just one facet of the diamond of each of our lives. And, I wish more people would realize that, because people can get so offended by not getting a reply instantly, because we all know we're in this instant world now and people expect it. And there's so many other things going on that not everything can be instant.
Absolutely. And like, I don't know, one of you said this too, but we appreciate when people are following up with us, because it shows that they're truly invested and they're interested in having a conversation or learning more about what we have to offer. So, and for contestants, when contestants show that interest, it shows what kind of title holder they're going to be, because they're taking ownership of their path. They're taking ownership of what they want their results to be. So I applaud and embrace and high five those that take that path of follow-up.
It's all about the hustle. I mean, that's really what it is. You have to have the hustle. So we just have a couple thank yous from the folks attending.
Good.
I found it very helpful today. And this will be last call for any questions for Renee and or any contact information. Remember that we do have the Renee's contact information. So if you'd like to speak to her about any of these things or having a touchstone crystal party, they're very easy. They can be online. Use that contact information right there. And we just have another quick thank you. So I think that concludes the comments or thank yous.
That's wonderful. And I would appreciate the easiest way and the easiest way to support any one of us is by following us on social media. And if this is not for you, share the opportunities with others. And that would be super helpful because we have opportunities for all. And we're just trying to share that with the world.
Okay. Well, thank you, Renee. You're always one of my favorite people to talk to. Renee is a big Housewives fan, and so am I. So we always chat about that. So it's so awesome to see you today.
It's so awesome. Yes, I love it. I love connecting with both of you. You definitely my kind of peeps, and I appreciate your support so much. So love you both, and this is a great job doing this today.
Thank you. Before we let Renee go, we're going to do our next drawing. Let me get this up here. This is actually from Renee, $50 gift certificate for free touchstone crystal. So we've got everybody's first hour and second hour chance in the drawing box. See them all in there. Totally transparent here. I'm going to draw out a name. Okay. Keep it up here. And the winner for the gift certificate is Melinda Gonzalez.
Yay! Fantastic. Okay, Melinda, connect with me and I will hook you up. That's for sure.
All right, from Renee. All right. Well, once again, thank you so much, Renee, for joining us today. We really appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me. Hope you have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. It is 1:53, so we will take about a 6-minute break here. And don't close your stream. Just keep your stream open, and we will see you all back in 6 minutes for our 2 p.m. presenter. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back for our 2 o'clock presenter. I will let Rosanne take it away.
Well, I have the honor today to introduce Kerry Damiano from Phoenix, Arizona, and I would love for her to send me some sunshine and warmth today in Iowa.
Amen.
Yes, she is a former Miss Idaho, USA. She has been involved in pageantry since 1981. She is the recipient of the Legacy Award for over 25 years of contribution to the pageant industry, Best Pageant Coach, Best Supporter, Best Pageant Judge, and Best Forever title holder at the Global Beauty Awards. Kerry has also won 2 GBA awards named after her, and they are the Kerry Damiano Style Award and the Faith and Action Award. In addition to training young women in fashion, runway, interview, public speaking, she freelances as a fashion and jewelry designer. Having traveled to over 130 countries, she now hosts her own web series and blog about travel, style, and shopping, which I always love her adventures, under the name Ms. World Traveler. Kerry is also an accomplished pianist and has a scripture memorization ministry called The Amazing Word. Please welcome this dynamic woman today to our program.
Hello, everybody. Are you having a good time so far?
I am.
Yes.
Well, good. Good. Well, I'm excited to talk about how to rock your pageant wardrobe. Anybody interested in that? I'll bet somebody is. You know, your wardrobe is not judged, except when it is. Now, what do I mean by that? Most systems say judge the picture, not the frame, meaning the frame is easily changed. Hair, makeup, clothing, that's easily changed. Except that there are some systems that have a metric. And the metric might include facial beauty, poise and confidence, ability to speak, and appearance. So you can be getting points, get added points or deducted points on what you are wearing and how you have pulled your whole look together. So this is really quite an important thing. It's your first impression when the judges see you, and it's hard to undo an impression that maybe wasn't that great to begin with. So let's not start in the hole, right? Let's start at a place where the judges are wowed by how you look, and they're excited to get to talk to you because they already like your look. So one of the things as a judge that when I see someone who isn't fully put together, I wonder if they're ready to take on the title. Again, clothes can be changed, but if it's not quite right, and we're going to talk about color and fit and a whole bunch of different things, but if those things aren't right, then maybe you're not quite ready to take on the role. So while it's probably not having points attached to your wardrobe, there's still an impression being made, and there's a decision. There's a judgment being made as to whether you might be ready to take on the role. Because really, you're going to be a brand ambassador for your system. So if we're sending you out to do appearances, as judges, we need to know that you are going to look the part, that you are going to represent the system the way that they want to be represented. So it's really quite an important subject, one that I love to talk about. Let's talk about a few things first, and then I'm going to open it up for questions because I really want to hear from you girls as to what you're really interested in hearing about. So one of the first things I always like to say is that proper fit in your pageant wardrobe is an absolute must. And clothes fit more close to the body in pageantry than they do in virtually anything else. So more than likely, you're going to have things altered. And also, not only do they fit closer to the body, they have to be virtually a perfect fit. You can't have sleeves that are too long. It can't be baggy, can't be too tight or too loose or too long or too short. So you're probably going to have things altered. And that can cost a pretty penny. So you'll need to budget for having your pageant wardrobe altered. There's also the question of when. When do you do that? Because if you're working and you're not maybe quite at your competition weight and you're working and working and working, well, what happens if we end up 3 weeks for the pageant and you're not at your competition weight yet? You can't hold your alterations any longer. At some point, you have to have it made for the body that you have at that moment. And then if you lose more weight or you continue working out and your body changes a little bit, then they might not fit properly. So finding that sweet spot is key. And my suggestion is that you try and be at your competition weight at least 3 to 4 weeks out. This gives your alterations person opportunity and time to make the changes. Then you can try it on and see if there's a few more little tweaks and have it done on time, and your body's in the right place. It's not going to change all that much before competition rolls around. So do we have questions on that? On how to fit properly?
I will see if we have anything. If we have questions on fit. And while we're waiting, Kerry, do you have any suggestions for how you find a seamstress? I know that was one of the challenges I had when I first entered Mrs. Pageantry was I just didn't even know where to look. And so do you have any suggestions for our viewers?
A lot of times they're attached to a dry cleaners. So sometimes you can find through the dry cleaners, they will have somebody who does alterations. Some stores, bridal stores, Nordstrom, various stores will have people on staff. Now, if you didn't buy something there, that presents a little bit of a problem, but sometimes they will know somebody, just as a circle of their sphere of influence, if you will. So there's a couple places, and obviously just doing a search to see seamstresses, dressmakers, tailors, any of those words will help you search for someone who will do that.
Okay.
The other thing, a sewing store might have referrals for you, or like a fabric store. I found a tailor going to a fabric store, and they had a place where ladies could put up their business cards.
Oh.
And I just, took a picture of it and called a couple people and found somebody that way.
And would the tailor be who you would go to if, for perhaps, there are so many people interested in sustainable fashion right now? And so sometimes that means perhaps buying something that's been gently wore. Oftentimes I see on these pageant resale sites, you wore for 2 hours for a fashion shoot or wore for one appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be what you would that be your suggestion if somebody has something, I hate to even say secondhand, but just gently used? Would you suggest having them try that on and take that to the tailor as well, maybe to change the look if they wanted something fresh?
Absolutely. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that kind of under budget. But yes, absolutely. Why not?
Yes.
If it's already there and you can just alter it a little bit, make it fit. Again, fit is very important. So make it fit you perfectly. That's a great way to do it. Save you a little bit of money. Though, keep in mind alterations, especially if they involve beaded dresses, or like remaking a wedding dress, maybe take the sleeves off, you take the train off. Okay, now it doesn't look as much like a wedding dress. It can look more like a gown. They can be as much as the gown or more for the alterations themselves. So be sure to, not only allow the time, but also allow it into your budget.
Okay. And we do have one question, and that is, what are the areas or what problems do you see most often when something has not been tailored well? So what are the problem areas to be on guard for?
Right. Well, I kind of mentioned it. One, sleeves too long. Because if the sleeves hit here, that tells me that it doesn't fit that girl properly. And for me, it's kind of the very first thing that I notice. Another is too loose, meaning it's bagging on her, which just would have been, just taking it in a little bit. So that's one of the things. Too tight, that is an issue. It's not really an alterations issue. It's you don't know your figure well enough to fit it properly, which is a bit of a flag. So, watch the too tight, too short, or too long. Those are things, again, easily changed. Hems are one of the easiest things. So watch that carefully. Some of that will have to do with your age, your system, your body type. There's a number of factors that go into, is it too long or too short? On gowns, some pageants have a rule that it must hit the floor. So if it sits up, an inch or two, the judges could have been instructed to take a point off for you not following the rules of it hitting the floor.
I recently heard someone speak about judging a pageant, and the dresses were too short, and the judge commented toes, 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 because you have to realize that the judges often are set down. They're at stage level, right. And then the contestant is here, and so that's what they're seeing. And that was, exactly. I guess there was many people that the gowns were too short, and that's what they remember, right. Not the lovely gown or the lady in it.
Exactly. And it's really quite, hitting that sweet spot is hard, because if your gown is too long, I was just at a pageant this past weekend, and some of the gowns were too long, and if they're too long, you can employ kind of a kicking it walk, where you kick it out of the way so that you're not stepping on it. But several ladies didn't do that, and we had 2 of them go down.
Okay.
And 2 of them, their shoe got caught on it, and they had to stop their walk and undo their gown from their shoe. So, and that hurts your confidence when you have to stop and do that. You can't really make your presentation that well when you're worried about that kind of thing. So too short or too long, neither one is a good thing.
Right. And I do want to say one thing that I was taught even years ago when I had dresses made when I performed with a youth orchestra. We had to have it. They told, and this is something I always remember, take the shoes, make sure you have your shoes purchased and take them when they go to do the hymn, and make sure those are the shoes you're going to wear, because they will hem them to those shoes, and shoes,
Exactly.
even a half an inch will make a big difference. So you have to think ahead about the shoes. For instance,
right.
I'm having a gown made for the GBAs. And the first thing was after I decided on the gown, now I'm deciding on the shoes, because it's being
Yes.
made and we're going to want those shoes.
Absolutely. That seems like a no-brainer, but you hear it all the time. Oh, I didn't know what shoes I was going to wear. Okay, well then you can't have it hemmed. You
Right.
have to know. You have to know which shoes, and then you can't change them once
That's
you've
right.
had it hemmed for those shoes, unless they're exactly the same.
Mhm. We just have a quick comment, and that's from Teresa Shear. She agrees. She says people wait way too long to have those alterations done, and then there's not enough time to practice as well. That's another good point, is practicing in the outfit, in the gown.
Exactly. So true. Thank you, Teresa. That was a great comment. And that's very true. Last thing you want to do is have the first time you put it on, because I want to keep it new, be on stage. No. You need to be at home in it, ready to. So I know how to work this gown or work the interview outfit. I have to sort of sit a certain way because it rides up a little bit, or whatever it is. You have to be able to practice.
Okay. Well,
Good
that concludes the comments and questions on that
Okay.
area.
Great. Okay. Well, now let's talk about your style. What you wear says something about you. You have communicated to the judges before you even open your mouth something about your personality. And if you don't know what you've said, you could have told them the wrong thing about yourself. So it's really important to have some time thinking about that in advance. And so what I would like to do is take a moment, and I'm going to have you girls think about this and write down some descriptive words that you think describe your style. So for example, one of my words is glamorous. I want to be glamorous all the time, whether I'm going to the grocery store or to a soccer game or whatever it is, I want to be glamorous. And so everything that I buy or think about buying, I'm sort of running it through the filter of, is that glamorous? And if it's not, either can I make it glamorous, or does it go with something else that's glamorous? So for example, a pair of black pants. Okay, might not be all that glamorous in themselves. Do they go with something else that has glamour? So it's a good filter for you to use. And it also helps you think about, how do I want the judges to see me? So here's some examples of words. You might say sophisticated, trendy, avant-garde, vintage, feminine, classic, dramatic, chic, professional. There's lots of different words. I've heard fierce. A lot of girls like that word. So think about that for just a second and take a moment to write it down. And then, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to share some of your words. Is this hard for anybody?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. From Kelly, classy and feminine with color and fun.
Excellent.
Elegant.
Elegant. Love that one.
Mm-hmm. We have another attendee who agrees with elegant.
Okay. Wonderful. Are you getting the idea, girls, that this is how you want to be presenting yourself? So in other words, when you walk into the judge's room, they see you for the first time, the word that comes into their mind is, this is an elegant woman, or this is a fun, classy woman. We love her sense of color and her sense of style. So that, again, they're not like, oh, we need to change the outfit on that girl. Or they think you're somebody that you're not. Okay. And this can happen when you try and fit yourself into a style that isn't yours. I see this happen all the time, girls, like especially for teenagers. You know, they wear what I call the uniform. And there are some systems that you kind of have to wear what I call the uniform. It's a solid color, slim fit, dress to the knee, or a jumpsuit that looks, you know, same thing, solid color, fit to the body.
Mhm.
Everybody wears it just in a different color. Maybe one has a one shoulder, maybe one has a ruffle, you know, whatever it is, but it's the same. And so that might not be your style. So what are you communicating to the judges? That you don't know your sense of style? That, you know, what is it? What are you saying? So I think this is really important that you know who you are and what you want to say.
Absolutely. We have modern chic.
Ooh, love that one.
Mhm. We also have sophisticated and chic,
I love that.
and powerful, which
Powerful.
I think
Love
that,
that.
that it, you know, that just reminds me of the Barbie era. I think this was the year of the power woman. So
Yes, very true. Very true. These are great words, girls. And then whenever you are looking to buy something or thinking about your pageant wardrobe, use those words to say, does this make me feel powerful? So for example, this is a few years ago, I had one of my girls told me her word was fierce. She wanted to be a fierce competitor. And then she sent me a picture of her interview outfit that was like pale pink, very soft, very feminine. When I sent back to her, I said, okay, you told me you wanted to be fierce, but that isn't what you showed me. So show me something else. And so she did. And then we got, okay, now there's an outfit that would say fierce to the judges. So, you know, and I'm always happy to help with this. I know Troy's happy to help with that too. So if you're having trouble understanding how to say something with your clothes, look in magazines and use descriptive words. Okay, what do you see, you know, with what the girl in the magazine is wearing? What does that make you feel? What does that make you think of? And that will help you define a little bit more what it takes to be elegant, to be powerful, to be confident, to be sophisticated.
Sherilyn says sophisticated, elegant, stylish, and glamorous. She's multifaceted.
I love that. And that is nice to have a number of different things. And let's just speak a moment on that, because you had several things listed. Most of us are a number of different words. So when you know, like if I say glamorous, that doesn't mean that I look the same every day. That is just a theme, a consistency. Some days are more glamorous than others, but there's still a level of glamour to it. So it doesn't mean, girls, that you put yourself into a pigeonhole and you can't get out and you look the same all the time. That isn't what this is. It's just a theme that if you want to look elegant, then how do you do that when you're casual? How do you do that when you're dressed up? How do you do that when you're just hanging out at home? You can still be elegant in all of those situations. Makes sense?
Melinda Gonzalez has a daughter who's in pageantry, and she says her daughter likes to be a little unique. There's a word we haven't seen yet.
I love that. And how about a lot unique? You know, go for it. Absolutely.
Troy's got to chime in here, sparkling and avant-garde. I have to agree, as somebody that helps pick out his wardrobes.
Excellent.
We have another unique too.
Yeah, Troy is always sparkly. And I love that. Another unique. Wonderful. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about color. Girls, I could talk all day long about color, so I promise not to. But to me, this is one of the most important things, because it's very easy to get caught up in, you know, a color that pops on stage, or the popular color of the year or that kind of thing. And really what we're looking for is the colors that look good on you. And there is a process to find that. And so one of the things that you can do is take off all your makeup, cover your hair, get in some natural light, like by a window, indirect natural light, and just try on some different things and see what happens to your face, what happens to your skin tone. Because the colors that look good on you are not based on your hair or your eye color. It's on your skin tone, your underlying skin tone. So if you do this little test, start looking for, do I have shadows under my eyes? Do I have shadows here? Do I have scars or blemishes that become more prominent? Or does it look like your skin is fresh and your eyes are sparkling? That's going to be the right color for you. So I have a little example I'm going to do here. And I'm going to put the wrong color on. Don't tell anybody, because I don't like to be seen in the wrong color. So this, for example, is a color that I would never, ever wear. It's kind of a orangey yellow. And I don't know, we're on the computer, so you probably can't see what it's doing to my face, but never be caught dead in this color. Here's a purple, which I do wear this color. Can you see the purple? Okay. I never wear this color. I have to wear this color. Okay. So this is something, again, that you can do at home. If you don't feel comfortable doing this at home by yourself or with a friend, there are people that offer these kinds of services. And I don't know how much it costs, ladies, but I know it's a good investment to have someone who's actually been trained to understand color as it relates to skin tone. And why I say this is important is for someone who walks out on stage wearing the wrong color, to someone like me who's sensitive to it, or people who've been trained in makeup or photography or, some of the creative fields, and you go, what was she thinking? Okay, do you want that to be the reaction when people see you to go, right? Or that's so beautiful on her. That's the reaction that you want, right? So color it's an important thing. And I know some girls choose color because they think it's going to pop on stage. Well, that's a good thought, except that if it pops on stage and it's not the right color for you, it popped in the wrong way. And we're going to see color before we see girl. So we're really looking that the color is what makes you shine, not, oh, that's a great color. And then you're an afterthought. Okay. So color is super important. Anybody have questions on that? I said, I could talk for like 8 hours and I don't want to take all your time doing it. So it's an important subject. Okay, no questions on that?
No questions. The only thing Kerry, I did have that done years ago. And do they still refer to them in categories like jewel tones, cool colors? So if somebody goes to do that, they still do it like that? Because I know I'm a jewel tone person.
Yes, in some ways. Of course, I haven't had it done. I do it for other people. They use the seasons, are you in autumn, a spring, a summer, that kind of thing. Yes, the earth tones, jewel tones, that kind of thing. That's still terminology that is used. But one of the things I think is important about understanding your colors is once you do, then like all your makeup works. You're not trying to change your makeup all the time to cover a multitude of sins. So if you put something on and you think, oh, I need lots of, blush, or I need lots of something on my face, okay, you're probably not wearing the right. Okay. So once you are sort of shopping in your palette, everything starts to work together. You need less accessories that way. So, it's easier to pack for a trip because you're not trying to pack all my browns and all my beiges and all my blacks and all my grays. And that kind of thing. So I think it's a worthwhile investment for a lifetime, not just for pageantry.
Absolutely. And I know from personal experience, once you find colors you like, you automatically will gravitate to them. So if I open my closet, for instance, I love the blue on you and I wear that a lot. So it very soon you'll see your colors too. I'll tell everybody.
Right,
So,
right. Well,
um,
and when girls ask me what happens if the colors that look the best on me are colors I don't like, and that's a very valid question. And my comment is always, when you wear colors that look good on you and people start complimenting you, it's like you become confident and you're like, okay, I know I look good. And you start to love those colors because people love them on you and you know you look good. So, give it a chance.
that is all for that one.
Okay, great. All right. You got to know your pageant system, because every system is a little bit different in terms of their wardrobe. Some things that are appropriate for one system are not for another. So if you have, a gown and an interview outfit and a swimsuit, and you go from that system to that system, they might not cross over. So you really have to understand your system and what their written and or unwritten rules are. Some are very, very conservative. Some pageants still require, pantyhose. Others, you'd just be like, well, what are you wearing? That would be ridiculous. So, for example, USA is very, very fashion forward. And then America, NAM, there's a number of them that are quite conservative. So understanding your system is really important to selecting your wardrobe. It's what do I want to say about that? You can't push the style envelope on some systems. Others, you can take it, to whatever level you want to, as long as you look amazing. So important for you to know. If you don't understand it, ask the director, look at pictures from previous girls and what they have worn, and then modify it for yourself. Don't ever copy anybody else's style, because again, what worked for her isn't going to work for you. But that will help you to see what other girls have worn in the past, and I'll give you a little bit of an idea. So understand your pageant system. Now I want to talk about budget. Girls, you do not have to spend a lot of money on your pageant wardrobe. We alluded to earlier, you can borrow, you can shop, you can rent, you can shop online pageant sites that are reselling things. You can go thrift shop. And then if you're clever, add a cape, remove a sleeve, add some tulle, take away some tulle. You can make things into what suits you without spending a lot of money. One of the things I really like to do is add crystals to things, because then it becomes a custom item that I did myself. And that gives me kind of a sense of confidence and pride that I did it myself. But you do not have to get caught up in the myth that you have to have an expensive gown or you have to spend a lot of money. What is way more important than budget is, does it fit you properly? Is it a great color for you? And you know what, girls, choosing the right color for yourself is free. If you have $20 to spend on a top, the same $20 would go for the wrong color as it would for the right color. So it's free to choose something that really looks good on you. Okay, just takes a little effort. Well, a lot of effort, but we're pageant girls. We make the effort, right? Okay, so if you have any stories of something that they have bought on a budget and turned into something fabulous?
Okay. So that's the challenge, ladies. Has anybody bought something on budget and turned it into something else? Jeannie Lou says you can actually remake a dress bought at a thrift store.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Consignment stores are a great place to find beautiful gowns. Beautiful outfits. Yeah.
Well,
'Cause sometimes, go ahead, Rosanne.
oh no, I was just going to say an outfit that I know that I wore that you saw was I took a jacket and made it more into a shrug this past summer season when I emceed nationwide pageantry.
Yes,
And
I
then
remember. It was fabulous on you.
I was gifted a dress that I styled with it. And the dress was 50 cents, ladies. A friend saw it. It was new at Tags at a resale store. And she said that screamed Rosanne. It's just a very classic, beautiful black velvet dress. And I made that jacket. I restyled it into that kind of boa, and then I added a beautiful jeweled belt and some earrings, and Kerry loved it. And I think I have $25 in the entire look. I think I do.
Right. Right. So that's what being clever is. And nobody would have ever known if you had not told them. Right, Rosanne?
I don't think so. No, no. We have somebody who thrifted a cherry blossom peach shirt dress, no stretch, but made it into a tieable shirt. Luxuria Badeau
Excellent.
did that.
Love that. Love
Okay.
that.
And
So it's just
now
being a little clever.
yes. Ansley Lyon says, I get a lot of dresses on Amazon. A little bit of rhinestones goes a long way.
That's right. That's right. And really adding rhinestones to things, I mean, that can really make something that's not pageanty become super pageanty. So girls, if you want to do that, I taught myself how to do it. And how I started was I went to Michael's and I just bought acrylic, very inexpensive acrylic stones, and started on just scraps of fabric, how much glue, putting it on. And of course, my first couple tries were pretty bad, but I learned. And now I do complicated crystal work. So it doesn't take very long to get good at it. And, it's an investment, but if you do it yourself, you can save yourself hundreds of dollars by doing it yourself. A lot of it is the labor to do it. So.
Jeannie Lou, Kerry and I shopped at Junkie Monkey in Reno and practically remade all the dresses to fit my body.
That's right. In fact, we took a dress. It was a long purple dress for Jenny, and cut it off and shortened it and made it kind of shortened the whole proportion of it, made it into something that looked fabulous on her. And she was able to wear it for her interview. And it was a gown, it was a long gown.
Amanda turned an old sweater dress into a two-piece set.
Ooh, I like that. It's a great idea. Good. So girls, you're already doing things like this. So you get the idea that for a pageant budget, yes, you can spend a lot of money, but you don't have to.
Teresa Shear says that she would love to see more budget-friendly wardrobe options. So many people are paying thousands and thousands, even at a preteen level, and it makes it so hard for others that don't have that budget. And pageantry should be open and affordable for everyone.
Right.
I
totally agree with that. Go ahead.
I don't know if everybody can see it. I'm trying to hold it up, and I have a green screen for the trees. But I got this wonderful Christmas present this year. This is the back side of this tie. And then when I flip it around, Kerry took this simple Christmas tie and bedazzled it with stones. And it is absolutely amazing. And everybody loved it when I wore it. And I would never have thought myself to do that amazingly. I opened it and I was just like, oh, a tie. And then I saw the stones. And I was like, Kerry did this herself.
And I love the note. It said it was Kerry-fied. I was like, that's adorable.
Yeah. So that's just an example. And Troy doesn't know this, but that tie costs $2. So, you don't have to spend a lot to now, obviously the stones cost something, but because I did it myself, saved lots of money doing it that way. So the point is, girls, is be clever. Shop sales, use thrift stores, consignment stores, fabric stores, you can make your money go a long way. You do not have to spend a lot. So thank you for all those great ideas that you shared. Appreciate it. Okay, age appropriate. This is one that some girls get caught up in, that they think that color has an age, which it doesn't. Okay, that is a myth. Like, for example, they think, well, that's a color for a teen. No, if that's a good color for you, it will look good on you when you're older as well. You'd probably need to change the style a little bit to be age appropriate. Style does not have an age. So like an older woman can wear a ball gown. Sometimes you think, oh, no, well, that's only ball gown is for teens. Well, Olivia Jordan famously won Miss USA wearing a ball gown. Sarah Jessica Parker wore a beautiful ball gown a few years ago to the Academy Awards. So, there isn't a style that goes with a certain age, but there is an element of being age appropriate. And some systems are quite strict about this. So some allow no slits, or they have a measurement, can't be more than 3 inches above the knee, or whatever. Some will have, can't be strapless. There's different categories for different age groups. So this is also part of understanding your system and what they consider to be age appropriate. I have been told, as a judge before, that if it is not age appropriate, I'm supposed to count down for it. So that is something that a lot of directors are looking for and that you need to pay attention to. But it's easily, check it out with the directors, find out what the rules are, and you'll just be. Okay. Those were sort of my main points. We have just a few minutes left, and maybe we could debunk some pageant wardrobe myths. The first one is white wins. Have you ever heard that? I hear this a lot. The thing is, white does not win. The girl wins. But because a lot of women choose to wear white, statistically speaking, if you have more girls in white gowns to choose from, the statistics will be higher that a girl in white won. But it's not true. There is no guarantee that because you were wearing white, you will win. It doesn't look better on stage than any other color. And if it doesn't look right on you, you have done yourself a disservice by trying to, do something because you think it will win when it has nothing to do with anything. So that myth is it's not true. Do not listen to it. Another one is it must be a solid color. So Asia Branch recently, a couple years ago, won Miss USA in a black and white gown. So it does not have to be a solid color. If that's your style and that's who you are, wonderful, wear it. If it's not, I know like Rosanne loves flowers. So why would she try and fit herself into a style maybe that doesn't work when she's very floral? And I love that about her style. It's very her. So be who you are and don't listen to those, when people who don't know. If the director says it, you probably need to fall into line for that. But if not, if it's just people or myths that you hear out there, go with what works for you, not with what you hear being said. Okay. Copying a previous year's winner's look. Ladies, the judges will be different. Contestants will be different. The venue might be different date. If everything's different, why do you think that the same look that won last time will win this time? Plus, it might not be the right look for you. So it doesn't mean anything. You can use it to be inspired and to, okay, well, that's, that works for that system, but don't ever copy anybody else's look because it's not you. It's not, that girl's body might be different than yours. Her personality might be different than yours. Go with what works for you. So don't ever copy. Okay. Open up for questions. Those are some of the points I wanted to make. So happy to, see if any of you guys have any questions.
We have a couple comments and some questions. So, and you received a nice compliment. You're a wealth of information. I wanted to share that.
You appreciate it.
Okay. One from Teresa. She met you at a power week and you were so sweet. Did her colors along with her client.
Wonderful. Thank you, Teresa.
Here's one from our Troy that I do think is very important.
Very good. And that's a good point, Troy, to understand the category that you're competing in. Absolutely.
All right. Another nice comment here.
Thank you.
And then we have a question. How do you choose a white gown without worrying that it looks like a wedding gown?
Okay, excellent question. There are certain things that make a wedding gown look like a wedding gown. And so keeping away from those kinds of things, like the button, maybe the buttons up the back, the way that the train falls, certainly the headpiece or the flower piece that goes with it. Those things I think can make a white dress look more wedding-ish. But it doesn't have to, if you don't have those things with it, it doesn't have to look like it. So maybe slimmer lines, things without a lot of beading or pearls. Because I love something sparkly, but you just kind of have to watch that. Lace is a one to kind of, how much lace does it have? Is it too wedding lace looking?
We have another one that is similar. When is being over the top too over the top?
That's a good question, because I see girls do this, that they put every single thing they could think of in a dress. There's ruffles, there's gloves, there's a hoop skirt, there's, a slit, there's, just too much going on. But keep in mind, that has to do with the person, because some people can take a lot more than others. It's about you. It's about saying who you are. And if you're kind of an over the top person, which I would say in a way, I'm an over the top person. I'm not afraid of much stylistically, but I also draw the line. I put it on and it's like, if it's too much for me, even though I like that look, it's not for me. It has to fit who I am. So if you put something on and all we see is dress, it's too much for you. So I think it's an individual thing, but thank you, Jenny. That was a good question.
Here's one every lady in the spring wants to know. How do you choose the right swimsuit?
After you've tried on 200 of them, you'll have a good idea. So choosing the right swimsuit is a little bit like choosing the gown. Color, style, your system. Your system will have a lot to do with it. Again, some are more conservative than others, but a couple of just basic things. It can't be too cheeky. Girls, if it's riding up in the back and we got cheeks showing, nobody wants to see that, no matter how good your cheeks look. Okay. So too cheeky, that's not going to work. It needs to have some decent support in the bust. Okay. If you're bouncing up and down, or you're showing too much on the sides or from the outside or on the inside, that's not going to work. Keep in mind, girls, if you're in a swimsuit on the stage, everyone in the whole audience is clothed. You're the only person out there who is in a swimsuit. So having a little bit extra fabric is not going to be a bad thing when everybody else has their clothes on. Make sense? Mm-hmm. And if there were a formula for picking the right swimsuit, somebody would write a book and make $1 trillion.
Yes. Troy wants to know thoughts on leg slits, bosom reveals, and capes. I personally have heard capes are on the way out, but.
Okay. Well, let's do leg slits first. That depends on the girl and the system. Again, some systems have rules against it. I have seen girls use a slit all the way up to the waist. But that takes a lot of confidence to do that and a system that will accept it. Most of the time, something that is to the thigh is going to be just fine. And if you're a teen or younger, even a little bit less than that. So girls, you don't need to show your legs in your evening gown. You've already shown it in your swimsuit or in your fitness wear. Okay. So this whole, I need to show my legs, you don't necessarily need to do that. So it's really just more for, how you're posing and, how you want to present yourself. It doesn't need to be up to the waist to show your best you. Okay. Bosom reveals. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I'm guessing really low cut or maybe very narrowly cut so that we got stuff showing on the outside and something showing on the inside. As a judge, I'm not crazy about that because I don't think that's what pageantry is about. And it isn't what wins. We're not looking for someone to date. We're looking for someone to be a title holder and to be a servant in their community. So if you're showing too much, or sometimes we call it as too booby, that doesn't really say that you're going to be a great title holder. Okay. So less is more, right? Or more is less. What is the saying?
Yeah.
You don't need to show everything. You don't need to give it all away. Okay.
And then about the capes, we have a couple about capes. Are they in? Are they out? Is it?
I love a good cape.
individual?
I love a good cape, but it has to fit. I see sometimes girls add a cape and it doesn't look right with the gown. So like the fabric is wrong or the width of it is wrong. So it has to work with the outfit that you're doing, and then it can be absolutely beautiful. It's fun to work it. I actually don't like the whole throw and then let it fall. To me, that's a little bit too much of an affectation, but I do like to see it, when it's done right and it flows and it's beautiful. I love a nice cape.
Okay. And do you see gloves coming back?
Yes, I have seen a lot of gloves coming back, and I think it's a great look. If it works with the dress, if it works with you, again, don't do it simply because you think, well, they're in, so I should do it. It's a very old Hollywood glamour, very elegant, very classy look. If you are avant-garde or outdoorsy or, a supernatural girl, maybe a more athletic, that's not going to be the right look for you.
Okay. And the last question is from yours truly. I've seen a lot of buzz on pageant sites. What is your opinion about changing your gown from prelims to finals? I've heard lots one way and then, wear your best from the beginning.
That is totally a personal choice. It has nothing to do, the judges don't care. You are not impressing them by having two gowns. It's quite an extra expense. If you want to do it, great. Again, there's no counting down for it. But it's not necessary. And, so why? Why do you feel like that you need to do it?
All right. I think we have all the comments. Oh, one more. We do have one more snuck in. How much emphasis do judges actually put on short statured women to have wardrobe and shoes that help them appear more elongated? And I've heard some people say, please get rid of these ginormous platform shoes. I've had a lot of judges talk about these stilts, they're calling them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, you're not fooling anyone when you wear those. And if everyone wears them, you haven't gained any height. So if you're 5 feet tall and you wear those tall platforms, and a girl who's 6 feet tall also wears them, you haven't gained anything, right? So it doesn't change anything. Keep in mind, we're talking about short statured women. The most important thing is to be proportionate to your height. Okay. So if you're short and you wear things that are too long, that makes you look shorter. Okay. Because it just looks like, oh, you didn't tailor it to the right length. So it's about proportion. And really, fashion is a game of illusion. The illusion being creating perfect proportion. So that is what you keep the most priority to. And that will, no matter what height you are, you will look great on stage because you've dressed for your proportion.
Okay. All right, and that is all of our questions, and that is about all of our time. This is last call for questions from anybody.
Okay.
And otherwise, I know that Troy has a drawing, I believe.
Yes.
And Kira, I just have to ask, are you, because I'm sure the answer is going to be yes, are you in the process of creating your GBA look? Because I know I am, and I thought of you at my appointment.
I am too.
Yeah. Oh, great. Great. Well, I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. But yes, I actually go this afternoon and have a fitting. We did have a disaster first. What I thought would work isn't going to work. And that was quite a hilarious disaster. But we regrouped, and I think the way we're doing it now is going to work. So I'm very excited to reveal it on April 28th.
Yeah, that's a good point too, is that you want to, I know that you have said, don't you start your gown sometimes 6 to 8 months in advance?
Yes. I bought all of the stuff last May. So I started working on it 11 months ahead of time.
I selected my final design probably it was in November, late October and early November. And so I think it's really important, especially if you're having it custom made, that if you do have hiccups in the process. I know the floral gown from 2 years ago, we had a problem getting this fabric, and then we had to go somewhere else. And so there's all of these things that you don't realize can pop up that can delay when you're having something custom made. So I would, and
this is absolutely good for pageantry too. So don't wait until, well, you need 3 months to get my gown made. No, start way ahead. And if it's done ahead of time, oh darn, then you're not white knuckling, like, is it going to be done in time?
Yeah. The first thing my seamstress says is, when do we need this? And then she sets this. She actually has a schedule. We have a timeline schedule. And I think that's very reassuring when you need a gown. So are you ready, Mr. Troy, with the prize?
Yes. I didn't know if you were going to run through some of the comments just real quick.
Very, very quickly. We just wanted to show. Thank you. You're amazing.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Yes. Just lots of thank yous here.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, before we let Kerry go, we are going to, let me get to the right here. Kerry. A prize drawing for a custom-made pair of earrings by Kerry herself, designed to go with an outfit of your choosing. So you will message up with her and get that all taken care of. So we've got the prize box here.
Thanks, Cheryl.
It's getting full. All right. And, oops. And the winner is Sherilyn Lindemann.
Oh, yay.
All right.
Cheryl, you can just email me, Kerry at kerrydamiano.com, and we'll work through something that will, just be lovely for you.
All right. Any last minute?
No, we have all the comments, but we're so excited to see you in a few short months, Kerry, at the Global Beauty Awards.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, ladies. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Kerry.
Bye.
All right. Well, we have about 4 to 5 minutes, so we will let everyone take a quick break, and we will be back right at 3 p.m. with our next presenter of the afternoon. See you in a little bit. All right, welcome back. I have to say that Kerry is always such a ray of sunshine whenever she's around. And literally halfway through her presentation, the sun started shining here in Council Bluffs, Iowa. It has been gray and gloomy for 4 days, and the sun actually came out. Yay!
It is up 100 miles up the road too. And I remember I asked her to give us some sunshine. So,
all right, we are ready to go with our 3 p.m. presenter. And Maureen Francisco is the co-executive producer of Northwest Productions, LLC, a media and entertainment company that produces live events, including the state qualifiers to Miss USA and Miss Teen USA for Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. Maureen has mentored more than 1,000 plus contestants. In addition, she is the co-founder of an award show that celebrates the pageant community at the international level, the Global Beauty Awards, which is now in its 7th year, scheduled for April 28th, 2024. In the midst of producing live shows, she's also busy creating, pitching, and selling docu-series. Maureen is also a published author of an award-winning book, It Takes Moxie, about going after your dreams fearlessly and boldly, with the foreword written by Dr. Connie Mariano, the first Filipino military woman to become White House doctor to 3 U.S. presidents. Maureen's favorite role is being mom. Please welcome Maureen Francisco.
Hi, Troy and Rosanne. What an honor to spend my Saturday with you all and everybody tuning in.
We are honored to have you.
yes, we're thrilled.
Well, my focus is pageant transitions, how to stay focused and be the best you, because I know a lot of delegates sign up, they compete in a pageant, and first off, just filling out that application takes a lot of courage, because I know it's something that people have been thinking about. It's on the back of their mind, and they finally have the courage to fill out that application. And then there's going to be an exchange of communication with a director or with somebody on the pageant staff. And when you initially decide to move forward, that you are committed to doing this pageant, again, that's another leap of faith. That's another step. That's another courage. And I say pageant transitions because it's very similar to the 4 seasons in a year. When you look outside and when you look at the calendar months, seasons change. You have sunshine, you have winter, you have spring, you have fall. And it's going to be very similar to a pageant journey, because you have to really stay focused and ask yourself, why am I doing this? Because during your pageant journey, I guarantee you're going to have a moment of doubt. You're going to ask yourself, why am I doing this? I want to quit. And I want to tell you, growth happens when you want to quit and you don't. There's been moments in my life that I know that I've wanted to quit and I wanted to throw in the towel, and I choose not to, because when you stretch yourself outside of your comfort zone, that is when the real magic happens. That is when the confidence happens. So I really want to stress to those watching, you're going to have a moment that you want to quit, whether it's a pageant journey, whether it's a test that you're going after, whether it's a career choice, whether it could be anything. Hang in there, because growth happens when you're pushed outside of your comfort zone. So you're a contestant, you finally signed up, you are ready to do this. I encourage you to also be friends with the people that you're competing with. Just last year, I was invited to 5 weddings, and the year before, 8 weddings. Last year, of the 5 weddings I went to, 4 of them were related to pageants. So as I'm observing at a wedding or at an event like this, I see many of the bridesmaid or maid of honor or attendees, people that she competed with. So if you don't walk away with one friend from this experience, then you're not doing it right. So again, I encourage you to make friends. I also encourage you to just stay in your lane. And when I say about staying in your lane, again, it's about that soul searching, finding out, why am I doing this? It's really tough. I want to quit. I mean, in our instance with Pageants Northwest, we were full speed ahead and we were scheduled to do our pageant in August. And less than 2 weeks away, we were told to halt because we had a new leadership change. And again, for a lot of the contestants, that rhythm is broken. So I've had to have some private conversations with them and ask them, you got to dig deep and find out, why are you doing this? Is it because you want to work on your public speaking skills? Is it to meet new friends? Is it to stretch, again, your comfort zone? The pageant changing the date does not change your why. So you got to dig deep and go back to the why. The other thing I encourage delegates when they're on this journey, aside from meeting new friends and finding out their why, is to ask themselves, do not compare myself to the person on my left and to the person on the right, because everybody has a different journey on why she's doing this. Again, some people are working on their public speaking skills, others is confidence, others is just getting outside of a funk. You would not be surprised how many people I speak with, and they might be going through some challenging times in their life, and they know that if they do the same thing over and over and over, it is insanity. That's what it's called, insanity, if you expect different results and doing the same thing over and over. So delegates will compete in this pageant because they just want to change something, and they know that doing this journey is something different that they haven't done before. So again, I encourage you to stay in your lane. I have sometimes delegates who will be so caught up on a contestant that they stalk them on IG. When I say stalk, like they know everything that they're doing, what they're not doing, that they're not focusing on themselves. Again, you've got to look at yourself in the mirror and focus on who you are and why you're doing this. Now, some people will ask me, Maureen, should I have a coach during this journey? And I say coach is optional, because really the best thing during this journey is just working on yourself. It doesn't matter if you have the best walk if you're not confident inside, if you're not focusing on yourself. And how can you focus on yourself? I would recommend journaling. I would recommend finding a support system during this journey. It could be within the pageant community or outside. It could be reading self-help books. It could be simply running or enjoying the outdoors. But don't let this pageant consume you to a point where you're not enjoying the journey. You're so focused on the competition, where truly the competition is yourself. The whole purpose of this journey is, once somebody is crowned, again, only one person is crowned, is you're going to reflect back and say, have I seen growth? Am I a better person? Because I have seen situations where you have performed better than the previous years, but you're not getting the results that you want. You may not have made the semifinals or the top 5, but your performance is that much better. And you're asking yourself, well, how come I'm not getting the results that I want? So this is where you have to really tap in yourself, stay in your lane, focus on being the best you, and say, you know what? I'm not going to let those judges provide me the confidence that I need. I'm not going to put my worth on those judges. Again, they are just people, and this sport is so subjective. So again, just focus on being the best you. And during this pageant journey, if there's ever any lapse in communication where perhaps you're struggling with a contestant or struggling with leadership, the best thing you can do is raise your hand or have a private meeting with that person and work it out, because you want to work things out before pageant weekend rather than afterwards and air your frustrations. I'm a big believer about an open door policy where my delegates have my cell number, my email address, and just talk. Let's talk things out, because again, this is beyond the crown. It's not about just the journey to the crown, is beyond the crown. I write letter recommendations to our delegates. I attend their weddings. I attend baby showers, graduation parties. So it's truly a relationship building. And by the way, if any of you have any questions, please chime in. Rosanne, please chime in with any questions. But really, that is what the summary of really what this journey is about, is just focusing on who you are. Don't compare yourself. Enjoy it. Enjoy this journey. It is stressful, but you've got to take some time and just enjoy it, and really lean in on if there's something that's scary that let's say you're scared to public speak, lean in and just do it. Just do it. There's no formula of a success. If somebody told you if you do A, B, C, and D, E, F, G, you're going to win, that's not true. You just have to do it and trust the process and trust the journey.
Right. Well, I'll open it up for questions, and while they're formulated, I'll just reflect and tell you a little story that when you were saying that, Maureen, it was just like check, check, check. So I had not done a pageant since I was in college, and it was just little local things. But when I was recruited into the Mrs. International system, I really felt I don't think I totally understood what I was getting into. And I remember the day that the packet of information came in. On the front was the reigning queen, and she was in a black leather hot pants with a bikini top, and she's very different than me. And I opened this handbook, which became the Bible, and on the front was this woman, and I had that moment, Maureen. I looked at my husband and I said, I can't do this. I've made a terrible mistake. And I'm a trial lawyer. I go to court. I'm not afraid. I mean, and he said, what's wrong with you? And I said, well, I go to court. I don't even own leather pants, and he said, and it was very sweet. And I want people to realize they have to, that support system you talked about. And he looked at that and he said, well, that woman, I think, has maybe some different priorities than you, maybe, with ideas with fashion or whatever. But he said, I really want you to go be Mrs. Iowa and show these people who you are. And he had worked with me on my platform, and we had, founded the Green Ambassadors over supper a few nights before, which is now, 7, 8, 9 years down the road. And he said, one thing I will never forget, and I want everybody to listen to their support systems. He says, I already know you're amazing. Please go show everybody else how amazing you are and be you. And I mean, how could I not do it when you have a husband like that who says something? But I think that's what everybody needs to hear, And by the time that I got to nationals, I was a little panicked, everybody. And a very good friend of mine said, I got this guy in Omaha. I got this friend, and he does this pageant coaching stuff. And I bet he'd sit down with you for an afternoon. And we got in the car. Her name is Lauren, and we drove 100 miles south. And that's how I met Troy.
Yes.
And, I didn't win. I didn't place. My first pageant, I said to my best friend, I said, if I don't fall and on the stage and I survive, and I did fine, I didn't place, but I had a wonderful time. And my why was I just wanted to do it. But what did I win from that was tremendous. I won a friendship. And then later in my year, my husband was almost killed. People who know my story know that he was in a near-death traffic accident. And I was offered another title shortly after the accident, maybe 6 months down the road. And I thought, well, this must be crazy. I can't do this. I have a severely disabled husband I'm rehabilitating. And I was seeing somebody to help with the trauma that we were feeling. And that person said to me, you need something for you. So I was in this ocean of trauma, and pageantry was like that buoy that lights up, Maureen.
Yes.
And I really did grab onto it. And the days I just wanted to I almost had lost everything. I would put a nice dress on and go to an event, and he would like to hear about that, my husband. So in a very, very ironic twist, pageantry, lifted us up and got us through the most difficult part of our lives. So I just wanted to share that with people and just echo what you said. Absolutely.
Yes, it's really finding out your why. Why am I doing this? Having great friends. And I have some delegates who competed decades ago, and then they're coming back because of the new rule change with the Miss Universe organization, which is unlimited. And I'm curious, like, why did they decide to come back? Is they still have some unfinished business. They still want to have that growth and that opportunity. And really, when you win, the job description is really designed mutually. And I say mutually because there are, of course, a set of guidelines from the organization, but it's also your year of what you want to accomplish. And I keep stressing about the importance of working on your confidence and being the best you, because oftentimes whoever wins, they have a full-time job, they're going to school full-time, or whoever wins in this matter, they could be a mom, married, whatever. You got to be your best you, because you got to wake up and do what you need to do for your community, because the reign is going to be over before you know it. It is a very quick reign. And when I tell delegates who are past title holders, I ask them, did it go by fast? I would say every one of them have said, wow, it went by so fast. And I'm so glad I had an action plan. So again, whoever is a deserving person to win, and frankly, there could be 5 or 10 or 15 deserving delegates, but it's truly up to the judges who they want to select. But if you are the person who gets to wear this crown and represent your class, you have to ask yourself, what legacy do you want to leave behind? That's a really good question. And what journey are you going to take all of us as you go to nationals and beyond? I have this book, and this is part of the giveaway. I didn't tell you this, Troy. I'm going to include Believe It. This is our very first producer of our pageant, our very first MC. She started the makeup company called It Cosmetics, sold it to L'Oreal for $1.2 billion. And to this day, she continues to pour into people about confidence, way past her time as being Miss Washington USA and the first producer of Pageants Northwest and the first MC. So I ask anybody, whoever wins, what is the legacy that you want to leave behind? And if you don't know and you don't have all the answers, it's okay. When you're part of this journey, again, this is a journey, something might come up in your heart or your mind that goes, this is what I want to do, whether I have the crown or not. So, because oftentimes I'll have some delegates who are like, I don't have all the answers, Maureen. I don't have any pageant experience. I didn't start a company. I didn't graduate from college. I didn't do A, B, C, and D. And I tell them, that's okay. Stay focused on your journey, right? It's all about your journey. So thank you for sharing that, Rosanne.
Yes. Anna says, thank you, Maureen. Your advice is so helpful. I remember meeting you when I competed as a teen 10 years ago. You've really inspired me. I'm so honored to compete in Miss Idaho this year in the Miss Idaho division.
I remember you so well, Anna, because I haven't seen you, I want to say, in a decade. I think it's been a decade since you have last competed on the Pageants Northwest stage. So I have followed Anna's journey because we're friends on Facebook. She went on to start a company. She also was in the airline space. So I do follow our delegates' journey beyond Pageants Northwest.
Yes, she says that's correct. That's correct. Teresa, she says, thanks for sharing. Oh, you're so welcome. She's going through a similar traumatic death in her family, and her pageant coaching has kept her going, has kept her and her girls going because she needs them and they need her. So pageantry is more than gowns and crowns, I always say.
And pageant coaching is also therapy. it's really good therapy. So it's not about like, do I have the perfect walk? Am I doing the right poses, the right styling? It's also, again, digging deep and uncovering some things that you may have hidden that you don't want to tap into. Now, I tell delegates the best way to prepare for an interview is really know who you are. If you can figure out who you are and be so confident in being able to answer any questions, you are in the right direction. Because sometimes I'll have delegates go, can you please send me the questions beforehand, before the actual interview? And I said, well, they're just going to ask questions about you. What do you believe in? What policies are important to you? And if you don't have the answer, that's okay. Guess what? You're going to start learning about these things now. It's a journey. And what you were saying, Rosanne, you've competed in more than one pageant. So it's about your journey and what things that you want to accomplish. If your whole purpose of this particular pageant is, I want to meet 2 new friends because I live in a community or I'm in a time in my life where it's hard to meet great girlfriends, then that is what your goal is going to be. But everybody's goal is different.
Right. Excuse me. Amanda says, I'm currently reading You Are a Badass, and it's definitely strengthening the mental thought process during prep season. Highly recommended.
Yes, Amanda is another one of our delegates competing. First time doing a pageant, so bravo to you. Again, it takes so much courage just to do this. And I know a lot of people have so many questions like, I don't know what to do, Maureen. What gown is going to be the winning gown, or what is the right swimsuit? Again, those things, there's while they are important to ask those questions because you want to be able to have the answer that's best for you, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not important, if that makes sense. When I say not important, again, you can have the most beautiful gown, the right color, the right posing, but if you're not confident within, it's going to show. So really just focus on being confident and don't compare yourself to the other delegates. If you see somebody who's been competing 10 times or 5 times or has done this or that, just, again, put your blinders on and just focus on you.
Absolutely. Here's another great one. What do you do to help with your own growth? For me, I'm a woman of faith in Christ. Growing into my faith has exponentially grew me into an encompassing and holistic way.
I lean in Luxuria. I know Luxuria, she's another delegate competing in our pageant. I've known her for a couple of years. I really lean into my faith. During this pageant pause, I'm going to use that as an example. I have just leaned into my faith a lot because it was shocking for me to send an email to our delegates and say, guess what? Our pageant's on pause. And they ask why. And I didn't have a good reason why, except that's what leadership wanted to do. And I had to really lean in on my faith. And again, when things are outside of your control and it's scary and it's uncomfortable, you just lean in on your faith and you just, I pray. So my big thing is I pray. I even prayed right before I became a guest here. And I said, I asked God, just please help me find the right words to resonate with whoever's listening, to let them know that they are enough. It's okay if they don't have all the answers, just to trust the process. And also spreading kindness, just be kind to one another, because again, everyone's varying experience level is just so different. And I know this pageant journey, it saves lives. For some people, it's not even about the crown. It's about a season that they're going through, and they just want to, again, they want to feel alive again. And they're using this pageant journey as a way to feel alive again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't have any other comments, but I sure want to encourage anybody to share or reflect on that. I will also share with you, Maureen, that when my year was coming to an end, one of the things that made me feel, I guess you have a lot of surprises in pageantry when you decide to do this. So, we started with the story I told you about, and then I went to nationals and had all these friends. And then the one thing that surprise that came was so many people said, I didn't know there was such a thing as Mrs. Pageantry, but what you taught us was that you can do something, that a goal, or you can do something out of the box that you thought was done, that's a dream that died when you were young, or that the opportunity has passed, and like the Miss USA system has now raised that age limit. People have unfinished business, but sometimes what you don't realize is the effect and the positivity that you are giving to others, and you don't even know it, because I had no idea that people looked at me in this new adventure with all these new things I was learning and said, well, if she can do something outside the box and new, I bet I could. That was the aha, or I should say the secret blessing of my year. And in my continuing involvement with pageantry, is not everybody has understood it, but then they realize, maybe we can do new things at different ages.
You can. And I actually am a fan of the age limit being removed. And some people have asked me why. I felt in society that women had to hit a certain milestone at a certain age to be relevant. And if we can remove that and change the narrative that it's never too late. It's never too late to start a business. I mean, you had Kerry Damiano speak earlier, and Kerry just started this travel blog business. And she's in her 60s, and I'm just so proud of her because I see her in various media. She continues to travel. She continues to have a lot of relationships because of again, pageantry. So she's an inspiration to me because, again, in her 60s starting this. So I encourage women, it doesn't matter if you're 18 doing a Miss pageant or 30 or 40 or 50 and beyond. If there's an itch that you have some unfinished business that you want to tap into. And hey, if you want to do this for fun, it's okay. Give yourself permission about doing this for fun. I also encourage those who are watching, you need to have a game plan if you don't hear yourself win the pageant, if you don't hear your name being called when you are the last two, or if you don't hear your name when you didn't make the semifinals or top 5, but have a game plan. I just finished attending the Mrs. World pageant. It's a pageant for married women. And I was there to support my girlfriend, Mrs. Korea Jennifer Lloyd. And I know in her heart, she wanted to win the title. And I know her fans and her support system wanted to win the title. But when she made the top 17 and did not hear herself being called into the top 6, she had a game plan. I just saw her yesterday at the hockey game, and she's still going to achieve her dreams without the crown. So I want people to, as you're listening to this, don't put all of your eggs in one basket and say, gosh, if I don't win this, I can't do A, B, C, and D. You can still do that, and don't let don't stop your dreams because you did not win this. It wasn't the right time. I'm also a believer. It's all about the timing. If a door closes, another one will open. And again, I mean, who knows, right? Just who knows? Maybe you'll want to compete again in 10 years now that the age limit has been removed. So just trust the process.
And that's so true, Maureen. I want to jump in. I constantly am telling our contestants, in the end, different night, different judges. It might not have been your time, but don't let that bring you down. Don't let that defeat you. As your title says, stay focused and start planning for your next adventure, your next competition, your next path down life.
Yes. And again, and if you didn't, this is how I see it. If you don't have the title, what would you be doing? The biggest difference with the crown and the title is you just have a huge support system. For example, it's tradition that as soon as our queen is crowned that week, they do media week. So this is a great way for them to have just more eyeballs on them. And then with the Washington pageant, they throw out the first pitch at a Mariners game. All we're doing is we're providing you just with more opportunities. But you can certainly do all of your dreams without the pageant, right? But the pageant is just there as a support system, and you have a whole team behind you helping you achieve those dreams and goals. I have my delegates, when they're crowned, I have them give me a list, like, what are some of the things that you want to accomplish? And they'll tell me, I want to do this, 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 and this. And when we look back, I will actually mark down what they actually did, what were they able to accomplish. And I feel very blessed to have been part of that journey with them, that I got a front row seat in the journey of what they wanted to accomplish that year. But again, every delegate is different. Some, they want to hit the ground running, and others, this is a lot for them to take. So as a director, I kind of like assess, how much do I push this person and how much do I let this person have free range? So it's a mutual relationship.
Do we have any questions or comments?
It could be how judges are briefed. Actually, let me go there. How are judges briefed? With our system, I tell our judges, I want somebody confident. I want somebody who will be able to handle change well, because there's a lot of changes right now going on with our organization. And if you're the type of person who can't handle change well, this is going to be very challenging, because I'm going through the changes also with just the leadership, with the ownership. There's just so many changes. So you have to be able to adapt to the changes. Somebody who wants this, like truly wants this, and they're proud to be representing the state that they're a state title holder. And again, people can be on their best behavior during the pageant weekend and they win that title, but they're really not the right fit for the job. That has happened, right, Troy? You're a director. But we still work with that person, right? We still try to give them the best experience possible. So that's why I go back, don't let your worth depend on these judges' opinions, because it's just their opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, aside from being the director, your other big thing is the Global Beauty Awards. Can you speak to the Global Beauty Awards? Because as much as we talk about it in our little circle, there's still a lot of people that just are not familiar with them.
Yes. So the Global Beauty Awards, we created it several years ago because I wanted to focus on what was going right in pageantry. We often get caught up in the gossip, the salacious news in pageantry. I really wanted to focus on what we are doing right in our industry. So it's an award show where we have VIP voting members, and they submit nominations of who they think are excelling in our industry. And Troy is a 3-time winner. Rosanne is a double winner, right, Rosanne?
Yes.
So, and they're up, I don't know how many nominations they're up for this coming 7th annual, but it's just a way for us to celebrate the things that are going right in our industry, from best coach to best director to best in science. And it's a great networking event. When I was looking at your list of speakers, many of them have attended the Global Beauty Awards. So you're going to have access to the best of the best in our industry in that room. And this year, for our 7th annual Global Beauty Awards, for the Lifetime Achievement recipient, we're honoring Linda McMahon. So imagine being a woman back in the 70s, 80s, and starting a company and being the CEO of WWE. For those who are not familiar with WWE, if you've heard of The Rock, John Cena. Are you a wrestling fan, Troy or Rosanne?
My nephew is.
Yes. Well, I used to watch it when I was younger, and I loved it. I loved the entertainment value, and I've gone to one of her shows, and it is phenomenal. Well, the company has now been sold to IMG. That's the company that previously owned the Miss Universe organization, and they have partnered IMG, WWE, UFC, and I believe the company in that division in the I want to say fight athletic division is valued at more than $20 billion. So, and we're going to honor Linda McMahon because her business partners are pageant people. Some of her wrestlers have actually competed in pageants, which is a great segue into what the WWE is about, because you have to be confident. You have to be comfortable in your body. You have to perform. So again, you have to be the total package in order to be part of the WWE family as a wrestler. So she'll be there. We'll have the CEO of Miss Universe, Amy Emmerich. So again, just a lot of phenomenal people. This is the best place to network.
So we have a nice
and
comment.
Lisa will be also there. Wow, gosh, everybody, this is so wonderful. Lisa Pierce is the director of the Montana pageant. So for those of you who are looking to work on your confidence, Lisa is an exceptional director. I want to brag on a little bit about Lisa. Lisa is the mother of my former Miss Montana Teen USA. She then served as our volunteer and then became our producer. And when the state of Montana became open, I contacted Lisa and she's like, what? What? You want me to be a director for Miss Montana USA, Miss Montana Teen USA? And I said, yes, because you have all the right skills and the leadership and just the heart. I mean, if you have a director who really, really cares about you're all blessed in this journey. Rosanne, you've done multiple pageants, right? And
yes.
And you've had different levels of relationship with your directors, and they have different levels of skill sets or passion into this organization. So Lisa, again, I can't stop speaking her praise, just a wonderful director. So if you have an opportunity to work with her, you're extremely blessed.
Yes. Oh, and we've got another one. Oh, nope, the same one. Okay. Well, and to talk about, when you talked about different directors, Maureen, you and I did a segment for the Global Beauty Awards about transparency. And I think that's a nice segue because I have experienced a director with no transparency or things that were kind of hidden from us until we got to nationals. And then I have a director now that's completely transparent and is really my partner. And I'll be involved with the Agriculture America system for the duration, just like I'm very involved and will be with Nationwide Pageantry. I mean, Troy started as my pageant coach and then he's my friend. And now I joked with him, but then he took me seriously. I'm like, hey, I think I should get promoted from lawyer to something bigger, buddy. And then he surprised me. And so now I have my next part of my pageantry is getting to be his assistant director. But can you talk a little bit about, I know transparency is going to be part of the pageant summit, and I think it's so important in the current climate.
Transparency is important. So if you have a question, you should feel very confident in asking that question. And if you're not getting an answer, then there's something that would make me want to know, why aren't you getting that answer? So we're in the business of confidence building. And as a director, I ask a lot of questions. Lisa can tell you that at our state directors meeting, I ask a lot of questions because if I'm equipped with the knowledge, I can pass it on to my delegates. So again, my job is to give you the voice to be able to ask questions. So you should feel safe to ask me any questions, like really. So if you don't feel that, then it might be not the right pageant system for you. There are so many pageants out there. There are thousands of pageants. And if you are questioning, like, gosh, should I do this pageant or not? Look at their website, look at their testimonials, reach out to their former and current queens, ask questions. You should be able to ask questions and feel safe. Any question you want. That is my philosophy. You should feel embraced. You should feel celebrated. And I know I have been part of groups where if I ask a question, I feel like I'm a bother. And my spirit tells me this is not right. I should never feel that way. So trust your spirit and trust what your body is telling you from the neck down. And this is, again, part of the whole focus about pageant transitions, how to stay focused and be the best you. When you work on yourself, your body will tell you, like, this doesn't feel right, or this feels safe, this feels like home, this feels like a community I want to be a part of. So again, the more that you lean in and focus on being the best you, you're going to be able to distract the noise.
Well, and to interject a little pageant law, if you're asked to sign a contract, an amendment to a contract, which is what my experience was on the cusp of in orientation, and you're presented with something and told to sign it on the spot or else, that is a problem. And I have heard that, and that's disturbing to me that people would be forced into a duress situation, and that's really not acceptable under the law. And so I do think, especially younger competitors, feel that there's this license, this free reign, and that they must do whatever they're told. And that is not correct. And I always say to young girls, I don't want you to be taken advantage of, because that's a real thing that's happened.
And the leadership in that specific pageant should have emailed everybody and given everyone a heads up and say, here's a form that you have to sign, and here is why. Like with our pageant, the only time where we had to have a form people sign that was not included in their original contract was during COVID. We had to have the delegates sign that said, we've done everything we can to possibly create a safe environment. We have sprayed the facility. We have hand sanitizers. We have masks. We have limited the number of attendees in the state of Washington and Oregon. Washington, we couldn't even have a pageant. We had to move it to Oregon, and we could only have 200 people max in the audience. So we walked people through, say, we have done everything that we possibly can. If you do get COVID, we've done everything possible. So basically it was a disclaimer that says we have done everything that we possibly can to create a safe environment for the show to proceed forward.
You mentioned during the GBAs about nominations, so just a little moment of brag. Our little pageant system that, as we now say, our little pageant system that can, we have 23 nominations this year. Rosanne has 7. Rosanne has 7 herself. I'm up for 6. So the GBAs are we can't speak highly enough. And if you're not involved, we really highly suggest and recommend that you get involved, because it is an amazing event. It's like you said, the networking is amazing, and we call it the Oscars of Pageantry. It's our annual vacation to Seattle every spring.
And I just love reading about the nominations. It's really exceptional of who's drawn into this industry. Like when you looked at the Dropbox link and read all of the hundreds of nominations, it's quite impressive. Some of people's story from coming from humble beginnings and just doing amazing things. Again, that's all within our community. It's a great Rolodex of just contacts for future judges, future coaches, future pageants that you want to partake in. It is all there. It's like pages and pages of learning about the different people. And yes, congratulations to Troy and Rosanne. And I met them because of the Global Beauty Awards, and I consider them to be great friends and great mentors and people who I would communicate with to troubleshoot and ask them for ideas. That's why I had them as a speaker for the Global Beauty Awards on our Instagram page. With Rosanne, I had her talk about transparency because I trust her knowledge. I trust her wisdom. And I spoke to Troy about being a director and why, what's his secret sauce to getting so many quality nominations. So again, these are people who I respect, I trust, and if they say something to me, I listen. I really, really listen. That's why, again, I'm going to go back to the theme, how to stay focused and be the best you, because if you can focus on being your best self, when you hear a lot of different advice from people and you don't have to take them, you just have to process and go, okay, what is going to be right and best for me? You can have much more discernment and wisdom and lean into what advice is right.
And I just want to emphasize to everybody listening that please take opportunities like the GBAs that are presented to you, and don't fall for the imposter syndrome where you say it couldn't be me, I couldn't go, because this is a great opportunity. It is an offer to go mix with all of the who's who of pageantry. Why wouldn't you do that? And so many people, I think, are sometimes a little bit intimidated, and I say, please don't do that, because this all started, Troy had this crazy idea, let's go to Seattle. And I said, okay. And I mean, and it's been this blessing. And so please, if it's the GBAs or whatever, please take opportunities when they are presented to you. And with that, Sherilyn has asked, how can we get involved in the GBAs?
Right now, nominations are closed for this upcoming 7th annual, but if you did turn in a submission, that's going to be counted for the 8th annual Global Beauty Awards. And what happens is when you become a VIP voting member, it's a $99 annual membership. You get to submit up to 5 nominations. You also get to have voting power and select who you believe is doing excellent work in our industry. You get your logo on our website, and for a limited time, you also receive a discounted ticket for the event. But it's a great way to network. It's a great way to support the different pageants out there. I mean, I can't think of another event where you have multiple pageants all in one room, different directors, title holders, coaches, all in one room where we can share and really learn from each other. And again, with the International Pageant Summit coming up, we're going to really talk about transparency, what we can do better as an industry, what makes a great title holder, what makes a great director, what makes a great pageant system. And I think when you have different industry experts in a room, iron sharpens iron, we're going to walk away just serving our contestants better, our sponsors better, and our community better.
And we've gone ahead and listed the website for people interested, www.theglobalbeautyawards.com. And I encourage anybody and everybody to please go to the site. There's a plethora of information. There are the old feeds, the videos. You can watch the award shows and the red carpets. And Maureen is constantly adding. Last year, we added the runway contest to the welcome party that's sponsored by Jennifer Lloyd and her husband and her family. And there's more things that are being added this year, like the Pageant Summit. So things just continue to be just amazing, Maureen. And it's a non-miss event for Troy and I.
Yes, and whoever wins the runway competition wins $1,000 cash on the spot. There's going to be 3 divisions, 17 and under, 18 to 39, 40 and up. So $1,000 cash just for strutting your best runway walk. And for the 8th annual, we're already thinking about the 8th annual. Kerry was thinking, why don't we do costume for the runway? And I want to ask you two, do you think that's something people would really embrace and celebrate for the 8th annual? It's a costume?
Yes, I think that would be fabulous. Especially, I'm inspired after Jennifer's phenomenal costume at Mrs. World. Oh, yes. Yes, I would just have to figure out how to ship it to Seattle, but that's minor. So I think that would be really fun and different. I don't know. What about you, Troy?
My eyebrows just went up.
Okay, I'm going to tell Kerry, great idea. Again, I like to talk to Troy and Rosanne for ideas like this, so that way we can make it better. And Mary Harrison, she won a Louis Vuitton at the Global Beauty Awards last year. She won a Louis Vuitton bag. And with the welcome party, there is a charity component. Next month, we're going to be going to Cancun, Mexico, to drop off the donations, the athletic wear for an orphanage. So when you partake in the Global Beauty Awards, there is a charity component. And for this year, for the first time ever, there's also a scholarship component with the Dr. Connie Mariano Best in Healthcare. So someone's going to be receiving $5,000 cash scholarship, and the winner of the People's Choice receive a $500 cash prize. So again, this is our way for giving back to the community to say thank you so much for just celebrating and being part of the Global Beauty Awards and doing excellent work in our industry.
You know, and as a director, the Global Beauty Awards is one way that we honor and award our title holders each year with their nominations, and then we encourage them to come with us. And this year we're going to have 10 plus people from nationwide in attendance this year, so we're all excited to be up there.
Wow. Well, congratulations on the nominations. And again, it has to do with the leadership team of Troy and Rosanne. So, I mean, having Rosanne with a legal background, being part of nationwide pageantry, that's exceptional, because Rosanne is no BS person, like really straight to the point. And also the way she delivers the message, it's very understandable without all that legal stuff. So again, to have her be part of your leadership, Troy, exceptional.
Yes, we love her.
We had a wonderful photo shoot where it was my crazy idea. Why don't you go get your picture taken with me, and let's do a buddy shot? And then I said, I think it was Troy who said, let's take the GBAs. So we're schlepping all this stuff up the stairs to the photographer, and then we've laid all the GBAs. So we have these really, really fun. I think I sent them to you. I said, I'm sending these pictures to Maureen, the outtakes where we holding our
yes. Thank you for that.
Yeah. But on the drive back, so we had about a 2-hour drive from Omaha to Des Moines, Iowa. He said, get that GBA list out and let's get cracking. And so it's always something in the forefront, and we're always encouraging not just the folks in our systems, but everybody. We can't speak highly enough.
Thank you. Thank you again for all of your support. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thank you. So are there any questions, Rosanne?
I think I've covered them all in the comments. I will do last call for questions at this time. Anybody have any questions? Anybody have a Miss USA question or interested in the rule changes? We've got one of the experts in the nation here. So take advantage of that.
And we have Maureen's contact information up on the screen, and we will be doing a drawing here in just a minute.
So you'll get the Global Beauty Awards t-shirt, the Believe It book. It Takes Moxie. I'm going to throw one more thing to Troy.
Oh.
So the person who wrote the Florida Micro also has the book, and she'll be at the Global Beauty Awards. So all of these things, this is all about working on being your best you.
And Dr. Connie is just amazing.
All right, so let me get this up there. All right. So we've got all everybody in the box. We'll mix them up again. Okay. This is going to be for the books and the t-shirt from Maureen. Anna Benavente?
Yes, I know Anna. So I will get in contact with you so I can have these books and everything shipped to you.
Well,
Congratulations,
thank you so much,
Anna.
Marina. We're so excited for our trip to Seattle in April.
Wonderful. Well, again, thank you for all your support. Thank you for everybody tuning in. What a great way to just start the year, to just start working on your confidence. And again, just thank you for having me.
Thank you for your afternoon.
Wonderful Saturday. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We have about 5 minutes, and we will then be having our last presenter of the afternoon. So we'll give you about a 5-minute break, and we'll see you back here at the top of the hour. All right, welcome back. We are in our last hour. It's been a great afternoon, and I'm going to let Rosanne introduce our last presenter of the day.
Yes.
And if you're still viewing, please comment in the comments so that we can get you your one last chance in the drawing.
Yes. Well, it is my distinct pleasure this afternoon to introduce Jorge Esteban, professional pageant coach. His professional experience encompasses over 30 years in the telecommunications industry. He is a graduate of Florida International University School of Business, as well as earned a master's in project management from George Washington University. He is a past recipient of the Global Beauty Awards for Best International Director and winner of Best Interview Coach titles from notable organizations. In 2014, he officially launched his dream of having his own interview prep consulting company and was the visionary in creating the nationally successful No Fear program. To date, Jorge has worked with clients that have won the prestigious titles of Miss Universe, Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, Miss America, USA National Miss, Miss USA Earth, Mrs. USA Earth, Miss United States of America, International Junior Miss, National American Miss, Miss High School America, and many more. And just as a personal note, thank you to this coach because he got me ready for my National Miss Agriculture America pageant. So with that, please welcome Jorge to our program.
Wow.
Welcome.
I love it. I love it. And especially I loved your whole an afternoon or a winter afternoon of empowerment. I thought that was a great, great title for this. Of course, I'm in Miami, so winter technically is, much different than I see like Rosanne with her furs and everybody else probably, covered up. So very different down here. But love to introduce myself. And again, thank you for the introduction, Rosanne. Like you said, I've been in this industry for about 15 years. It's something that didn't happen. You don't graduate from college or, check that box that says, oh, career profile is to be a beauty pageant industry consultant. So it was kind of by happenstance that my corporate background is what kind of led me, to develop the skill sets, with interview. And by luck, by chance, I had a very good friend that was involved with the Miss America program. And he's the one that kind of put 2 and 2 together for me and actually said, we could probably use your interview skills when we interview and do mock interviews at that time for Miss Georgia. And, if you want to participate. And on a whim, I said, yeah, it'd kind of be cool to kind of get to know Miss Georgia and, participated in one of the mock interviews to prepare her for Miss America. And it was very interesting because he told me, just treat it like a job interview. You do that every day for work. So just treat it as that. So kind of used my skill set, from corporate America to meet with Miss Georgia and, ask her questions. And apparently they liked, what I did and what I offered and invited me back, to be part of a second session with her that year. And of course, the entire rest of the Georgia board that got her ready for the pageant. And they kept inviting me back, and it turned into a 2-year assignment where I was on that board and helped, the young ladies prepare for Miss America. The journey there, I had a job, I had a regular job, so to speak. So my friend kept asking me if you thought about helping young ladies get ready for their competitions, and kept brushing them off and saying, I actually have a job, I don't need another job, so to speak. But every now and then he would ask me, have you thought about, getting involved, with pageantry and this industry, and that we could use, someone with your background. And ultimately, he kind of put 2 and 2 together for me when he said, have you actually thought about what are you going to do when you retire? And that's where finally kind of all just started clicking with regards to, probably this would be a fun, gig to kind of create, for retirement. So did a little bit of freelancing, for the first couple of early years, really just, offering my services, to young ladies and not offering anything in return other than you're a guinea pig. And if you're willing to kind of, hang there with me and, kick the tires and see if this stuff works. And surely enough, slowly but surely, ladies started to excel, when it came to pageantry and with their communications journey. So one thing led to another, and I finally created Pageant Smart, as Rosanne said, back in 2014. Lightning struck, and my first year, my client actually won Miss USA, Nia Sanchez. Some of you may follow her. She's still very involved with pageantry. And from there on, it kind of just kind of opened those doors. You can see a little bit behind me if you're able to view kind of my Hall of Fame, my wall of delegates and clients that I've worked with over the past, almost 10 years now. And again, it's something that I do because I love. What I enjoy the most is the journey with each delegate. Everybody has a different starting square or starting point. Some people are really a novice and really green with communications. Some people just need, some polishing, or some people need a mock interview, or some people are ready to go on to a national pageant. So it really is all over, the spectrum when it comes to the preparation and the type of preparation that our delegates need. I'm located in Florida and Miami, so probably about 95% of our sessions are via FaceTime or Zoom or some other medium that has to do with, being remote. And then I have two young ladies that have, been clients of mine that are also on my team now. Maggie Lawson, who went on to win Miss Virginia Teen USA, was first runner-up at Miss Virginia USA, also participated in a couple of MAO programs. And then Jordan Meacham Thompson. She is also been in the pageant industry for many years. She's a two-time national NAM winner and has also competed in the USA system as well, pretty successfully in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. So with that, it's a little bit about me. And again, thank you, Troy and Rosanne, for putting this together today. As Rosanne mentioned, I had the honor of working with her as she prepared for her Mrs. Agriculture competition this past year. We worked pretty diligently and pretty steadily to make sure that she was reaching her goals. I do assign homework. We have follow-ups. Rosanne and I met pretty regularly. I'll tell you that she didn't need a lot because she definitely is a great communicator, and of course with her background in law was the perfect fit. And I'm glad that the judges were able to recognize that as her being the right person for the job. So congratulations, Rosanne. Again, we'll have to get you up on the wall, so make sure you reach out to me after that. So I wanted to name today's presentation, it's all about the mindset. And it's a little bit different than what I typically do, just because I've noticed that with a lot of delegates, they start with kind of like their first commentary is that, they're scared about interview. They're worried about their communications, and that they, are not looking forward to interview. And I'm like, listen, if you really understand this process, interview is what I would consider, probably one of the most important, if not the most important parts of the competition. We're starting to see that across the board. We see with organizations like Miss America and even Miss USA, that interview is now 50% of your score. A lot of competitions are even getting to the 40% of your score. So it kind of tells you that, with these jobs, and certainly I believe after COVID, it was more of a revelation for national pageant systems that almost got a taste of, wow, I can have a queen that's remote. I don't need a queen, that's making appearances and going to events all the time. And of course, we were very restricted during that time. But it really led to the fact that we can kind of lean into those heavy, communication skills, social media skills to kind of have a remote, queen. I call them couch queens, back in during the COVID time, because again, that's all that, title holders at that time could actually do. And of course, we had virtual pageants and all kind of, weird things that we did for 18, 24 months during that time. But we see that a lot of these organizations really, bottom line, what they're looking for is a brand ambassador and a spokesperson. And, whether it's a local spokesperson, a state spokesperson, or a national spokesperson, or international even. So the speaking part of the competition, your ability to communicate, to be eloquent, to captivate an audience, to make a good impression, really has evolved, and become kind of the focal point really for a lot of these organizations. So the fact that I get a lot of clients that, we start at that point where it's like, interview is not my friend. An interview is something that I don't look forward to, is something that really it seems to be a very common theme. So I wanted to kind of take today to really talk about not just the importance of interview, but the mindset that you need preparing for interview, going into interview, the skill sets that go into interview. They also will help you in life, in general life. They're going to help you for internships, scholarship interviews, job interviews, college interviews. The skill sets that you gain from this truly are very transportable. And really, can help you later in life. So whether it's you personally making an investment in yourself, or if we have parents on here that are making an investment for their son or daughter, you will get the kickback eventually. We have currently, unfortunately, a generation that communications is not typically a strong suit. So that is an area of struggle. So if you are 25% incrementally better at communications, you are going to look like a rock star. Because of the fact that generationally, the people that will be with you, challenging you for that job position, or they're in that waiting room going into an interview. I always say there's 5 girls, pageant girls that are in a waiting room, and one of them pageant girls, and there's other people that are applying for the job, and one of them is a pageant girl. I always say my money's on her, that she is going to get the job, because for her, this is just another day, another job interview that she's going through and has developed that skill set. Interview definitely can be tricky, because probably the hardest thing that comes along with interviews that we have to speak about ourselves. That's not something that intricately comes to someone, very simply or very comfortably. So we really have to be that confident, to be able to speak about ourselves. And yes, I can give you an opinion on things. I can tell you the things that I like, that I don't like. I can tell you about my passions. But speaking about me, a lot of times that's what really is, the biggest roadblock, is that it's just not comfortable for people to speak about themselves. You have to become your biggest cheerleader. You have to become, your number one fan. You have to become your number one advocate. And yes, there's a fine line. I know that when you kind of think of those things, you say, oh my gosh, am I going to come across like I'm super conceited? Am I going to be bragging about myself? But you have to be the main salesperson for this. The judges are not going to do this, for you. And certainly the other contestants are going to be doing their best sales job. So you have to be extremely comfortable with who you are and what you bring, to the table. So that's why I kind of chose today's topic as it's all in the mindset, to kind of really help you rewire a little bit, not just the fear factor, but to really kind of tell you how important it is to go into an interview understanding and being prepared for what's going to happen behind those closed doors. Or, we have pageants now that the interview is happening live in front of an audience. We have, systems where you do a personal introduction on stage, and then the judges will do the interview based on that. Obviously, with the Miss America system, we could have a 10-minute interview. There's systems that have an opening statement. There's systems that have a closing statement. Of course, some are individual, could be 1 minute long, one-on-one with a judge. And of course, the more traditional 3 to 5 judges where you have a panel interview. So there's all kind of nuances when it comes to interview. And of course, on-stage question is another wrinkle, that a lot of delegates and clients, sometimes that we definitely have to prepare for that. Because again, it's a big unknown, and that's where you kind of sometimes have to be, depending on the system and what's in play, you have to certainly be prepared to answer questions that are, whether it has to be with current issues, hot topics, again, things that are kind of going on in our world, depending on the subject. So a lot of questions can come from different angles. So on-stage question is another pivotal area of preparation. So when it's in the mindset, the first thing that I'll kind of share with you from my perspective is that if you kind of look at interview as I'm going to go into a room and I have to answer questions in a very simplistic, basic way, that's how you may look at interview. But if that truly is your mindset, I will tell you that you're missing the entire point. Just about everyone is going to go into that interview room and answer questions. You have to understand that you must go in there with a strategy. You must understand what are your talking points. What are the things that you want to highlight? You have to be in control of the interview. So we'll start with first impression. When you walk in the door, depending on, the system and, what are the requirements, typically when you walk into a room, whether it's a one-on-one situation with a judge or you have a panel of judges, that first impression is critical. And what that means is typically to the judge, when that door opens and they look at the door to see who's coming into the room, or that you actually sit in front of me and we're having a one-on-one conversation, first impression is truly important. And what I mean by that is the effort that goes into hair, into makeup, to wardrobe, accessories, all those things really come into play, with that first impression. You always want that to be very positive. If you come into a room and your first impression is a negative one, or maybe not just a very positive one, that's already starting your interview from a negative perspective. And it's going to take you part of that interview to kind of climb out of that hole that you've kind of dug for yourself by, not wearing the right shoes or not wearing the right wardrobe or not wearing something that's age appropriate or system appropriate. So first impression is super critical. We need that to be as positive as possible. Again, one-on-one or a panel interview, I typically like the delegate to, if allowed, to do some sort of brief icebreaker. And that's just basically introducing yourself to the judge. Kind of puts you a little bit more in control of the interview, in the sense that you are the first one speaking, to the judge rather than the other way around. But certainly check with each system if that's allowed or not. But obviously a simple icebreaker could be, good morning, judges. My name is Susan. I can't believe this day is finally here. I'm really excited to talk to you about my passions for, let's just say, animal welfare. That kind of just shows the judge that you have the ability, again, to start a conversation, that you're not intimidated of walking into a room full of strangers. And again, the overall message that sends to the judges is that that's how this young woman or this woman is going to walk into a room and not be intimidated. She'll be able to walk into an appearance, go to an event, meet new people, and she's not going to be intimidated by that setting. So first impression, put some good effort into that, because that's, again, truly you only get one chance at a first impression. So be sure that you capture that. The next is the energy. I think that for me, I've judged probably about 40 or 50 pageants. And I definitely will vibe and I will pick up on the energy level of the delegate when she comes into the room or when she's standing in front of us or sitting in front of us. And what I mean by that is that if, as a contestant, you come across as confident and knowledgeable, then I start to feel confident and knowledgeable, not just about the interview, but also about, the young woman or the woman that's sitting in front of us. If you come across as super nervous, I start to get nervous. If you get emotional, I'll probably get emotional. So it's kind of a very reciprocal type of energy that kind of goes back and forth between the delegate and the judge. I've had delegates that don't know the answer to a question and they handle it, whether it's with humor or just very matter of fact about, I didn't know the answer to that. I wish I had my phone, or I could Google that, or I wish I could phone a friend. And the next day they win the title. And so a lot of times it's more or less how you handle yourself and how you handle the situation, more than kind of like, having that perfect answer and those kinds of things that we put a lot of pressure on ourselves. So make sure that the energy level is always positive and that it's uplifting, and that you have, of course, facials that kind of match, the energy and what you're trying to get across. And don't be thrown off by stone-faced judges. A lot of times, we're facing judges and you kind of get the poker face and you're like, oh my gosh, this is going horrible. I'm not connecting with them. You don't worry too much about that. You continue the positive energy that deep down inside they're feeling and they're reciprocating. A lot of times, directors will say, don't show it, or you can't, treat contestants differently. So a lot of times, I'm not sure if you've all ever been in a pageant where, you go through an interview, you met these set of judges and you're like, oh my God, they seem so miserable. And they seem like really, not very nice people, or that wasn't good. And then, after the pageant, they'll come up to you and they'll be like, oh my God, you were amazing and you were fantastic, congratulations, or come back next year. And you're like, wow, is this the same person that I just talked to, a day before? So a lot of times judges are kind of instructed to keep that poker face, but don't worry too much, about that. You keep going at it and say to yourself, I know that inside they love me. And I know that, they really like who I am and they're connecting with me. So don't give up. Don't wave that white flag just because you're not getting it. Understand that the judge is really internalizing some of that. So with that, I will say that you control about 90% of what happens in that room. And I know that's probably a little bit counterintuitive, for some of you, in the sense that you walk in there, you feel like I have no control. I don't understand I don't know what they're going to ask me. Am I going to embarrass myself? I'm not going to know an answer. But when you really think about it, if you are prepared and you think about everything from we just talked about: first impression, the energy level, of course, your answers, your responses, the substantiation of your answers, the timing of your answers, your closings, body language from head to toe. All those things come into play. But guess what? All those things are things that you control. So when you really look at that formula or that equation, and you control in your mind, and of course it's in mindset, that I control about 90% of what's going to happen when I walk into that room, I'm probably going to walk in there pretty confidently. I know if somebody told me, Jorge, you're going to walk into a room, can't really tell you what's going to happen, but there's about 90% of it you're going to be able to handle. I'm going to walk pretty confidently inside that door. So don't focus on the 10%. And really the 10%, I know it's going to sound really simplistic, but the 10% and the only thing that the judge actually controls is the question. Everything else is up to you. So you have to kind of rewire that mindset that says, I have no control, or think of it from a negative perspective, because again, you have control of everything that's going to go on there. From a very extreme point of view, if you absolutely were terrified of interview and you're like, you know what? When they ask me a question, let's just say your interview is 3 minutes. Whatever question that they ask me, I'm going to talk for 3 minutes. And of course, I would never recommend that. But that tells you truly that if you want to control the fact that those judges can only ask you one question, that proves the point that you are in total almost control of what happens in that interview. So again, extreme case, don't recommend it, but it's something to keep in mind. Another thing about the mindset, I hear a lot of my clients that kind of have a mindset that they're fearful of being judged. And of course, you're in a pageant where we kind of promote, the fact that you're being judged. There's the judges page. Let me announce the judges. The judges are going to be announced, and the girls and moms and everybody kind of buys into it, because I've got moms that, text me all the time that say, oh my gosh, here's a program book. Here's the judges. What should we do? What should we know? And I'm like, don't worry about it. You can't change who you are, and you can't, try to reverse engineer this just because you have a judge that's a lawyer or you have a judge that's a talent agent. Be yourself and don't worry too much about that. So, I have clients that say, oh my gosh, I saw one of the judges in the lobby, or, oh my gosh, I think one of the judges is on my floor, or one of the judges is with me in the elevator. And it's like, you just keep putting that judge on that pedestal, and you're giving that judge more and more power over you. So we want to make sure that when we're speaking to the judges, it's someone that we see as a peer, or someone that we see as a family member, or someone that we see as a friend. We can't put that person in that power position that you've kind of built up and put them on this pedestal, because innately when you say, I am being judged, you have that mindset that says, okay, I need to be perfect. I need to impress these people. And the list goes on, that really puts a lot of pressure, and it's really not going to let the natural you come through an interview, because you're so worried that this person is judging you, and this person is going to give you a pass fail, or this person has a red pen, that they're criticizing everything that you're doing. So be very careful with kind of bringing that mindset into this aspect of being perfect and those kinds of things, because it really will derail you. So typically I say, don't think of them as judges. Think of them as hiring managers. And again, that's from my corporate background, is I see, HR and those kinds of things. It's like they're hiring managers, and this is no different. It just so happens that, the state director, the national director, or even a local director, meets with the judges, gives them the applications of the people that have applied for the job, and basically have given them all the applications, which is your judge's resume, and says, okay, we narrowed it down to these top 20, 25, 50, whatever the number of contestants or delegates are in your competition. And make sure you get to know them all, interview them all. And at the end of this process, you let us know who we should hire. Who is your recommendation for who would get this job? And if that person doesn't work out, tell me who are the backups. Who are people that you would say are seriously in contention for this job, in case that person turns it down, or that person doesn't work out for whatever reasons. And that's kind of how you set up your winners and your runners up, for your competition. So definitely make sure that you kind of keep that in the back of your mind, that you do control a lot of this process, and that we got to kind of take that fear factor away. Next thing that I think is important and kind of in the mindset is to kind of understand that you have to go into interview with a strategy. You have to go into this interview with saying, this is my interview. I have my agenda of the things that I would like to talk about and discuss with these judges. So typically a very common way to kind of approach your interview, of course, is to say, okay, there's typically, depending on your length of your interview, you could go in and say, okay, there's 3 things that I definitely want to say. These are absolute things that I need to talk about in an interview, or it could be 5 things or 7 things or whatever the case may be. At a minimum, I would say 3 things, especially with like a typical 2 to 3 minute interview. Have a list of about 3 things that you want to talk about. What that's going to do for you is that it's going to keep you on track. So at a very high level, let's just say that your top 3 things that you want to talk about are community service, career, and family. And as you kind of go through the interview, you should have a mental checklist that says, have I talked about my community service? Have I talked about my family? Have I talked about my career? So that you are getting that sense that as you go through the interview, that these judges truly are getting to know you. And what I mean by that is that, you know, a lot of times, you know, you'll go into an interview and you get questions from the judges, and you just answer the questions without that strategy or without that mindset that says, I'm here to make sure that these judges know who I am. Because truly, my greatest wish for you is that when you walk out of the interview room, that you can say to yourself, they know who I am. And that's a victory in itself. Because if you walk out of that interview room and you kind of get that sense of, oh my gosh, I didn't talk about this, I didn't talk about that, oh my gosh, I didn't talk about this, then you start kind of doubting yourself. It's like, they don't even know who I am. How are they going to rightfully pick me, you know, as potentially the title holder, when they really don't even probably have a really good sense of who I am? And again, you're going to sleep a lot easier that night and several nights going forward when you have that sense of, I was able to communicate who I am to these judges, what I'm passionate about, and my likes, my dislikes, and certainly the most important things that I want to discuss, you know, with these judges. It's hard to kind of get out of an interview, and of course, you don't win the pageant, or you don't place, or you don't do well, and you have that sense of regrets, which is, I didn't talk about this, I should have said this, I could have done this. And again, if it's one system that you do, you might have to wait an entire year, you know, to correct that or to get another chance at it. Or if not, you know, you're prepared for your next competition, as soon as that might be. But living with regrets is a little bit tougher. So I would rather walk out of that room and say, they know who I am, and I can live with the results if I wasn't what they're looking for. And that happens lots of times as well. You know, I have clients that, you know, we'll go in and personally, I feel like, oh my gosh, they're amazing. They're going to win this thing. There's no doubt in my mind. If I was at Vegas, I'd be, all chips are in. And all of a sudden I get a text from her that says, I didn't even place. And I'm like, wow, how did that even happen? You know, because in our sessions, everything is clicking. It's great. So a lot of times I always say, you could be chicken and you're just at a steakhouse, or you could be the juiciest peach and you found 5 judges that prefer apples. So always keep in the back of your mind that this is I've come to learn that this is a very subjective sport, and that you really are at that mercy of 5, 3, 10, whatever number of strangers, and having to work towards making sure that they feel like you're the best person for this job. Not an easy task, but certainly it's something that can certainly, you know, impact you as a person when you're not able to really articulate and state who you are, you know, to those judges. It's hard to live with when you're not able to fulfill that. So typically, again, 3, 5, 7 things that you would love to focus on, you know, during your interview. As far as just being in, and again, the right mindset is making sure that you have great paperwork. A lot of these systems have paperwork that leads into you know, into the competition. So you want to make sure that your paperwork is actually driving, you know, the right questions for you. Again, that's part of that 90% control. Some systems actually don't have any paperwork. So again, we can control that with either a personal introduction or some other presentation that you make in front of the judges. And there are some that have no paperwork. So there are those extreme, you know, types of situations. And again, preparation wise is a little bit different type of interview when you don't have that paperwork to kind of lead the judges in the discussion. But make sure that as you work with me, a coach or whomever, that when you go through your paperwork, that you're saying to yourself, am I being brief in my answers? Am I being, pretty direct, with my answers? Am I being strategic? Am I putting enough information on here that captures their attention, or just kind of piques their curiosity, about a certain topic or issue? Make sure that you're not very repetitive, with your paperwork. If you tell me, on your paperwork 5 or 6 times that you're a pilot, or that you're a dancer or a cheerleader or a teacher, then those 6, 7 questions is becoming very restrictive for me as a judge, that you're limiting what I can ask you about, because all you're telling me is that 6 times you're a pilot or a dancer, a cheerleader, or a teacher, whatever the case may be. So look for diversity in your answers. Judges come from different backgrounds. They're going to have different points of interest. So I try to diversify as much, your paperwork as possible, so that you can create those different connection points with the judges. I know that there are people that probably have a complete different, mindset, which is like, you got to brand yourself, you got to put yourself, 100% and kind of control the interview that way. And that worries me sometimes, because again, if all of a sudden you've told me, 6, 7 questions, you're a cheerleader, and let's just say the judge has actually no interest, in cheerleading, that judge is going to feel probably not very connected to you. But that judge is going to look for those things, and it's going to have a hard time, because you've really manipulated your paperwork and restricted your paperwork, that they're not going to be able to have, other things to ask you about. So take advantage of questions like, list your hobbies, what are your interests, those kinds of things that allow you to really kind of diversify a little bit of yourself, and give those little points of interest, for you to connect with the judge and whatever, they might feel more comfortable asking you about. Some judges are, kind of what they call hardballs, and some judges, are more social, and some are more, fluffy, in the sense. So you never know what kind of judge you're going to have, or what kind of judging panel you're going to have. So make sure that within your answers that you've given each type of judge that might exist out there, or hiring manager, enough that they feel comfortable asking you a question about whatever topic it is that they also feel comfortable, about. So definitely paperwork is important. But again, be brief, try to diversify your answers, and of course, try to meet all the deadlines that are given by the organization for you to submit your paperwork. Next thing I want to kind of briefly just talk about is what I would call basic questions that you need to kind of be ready for an interview. And my clients know this, that we kind of boil this down very simply to the why and the what. To me, those are 2 very basic questions that do carry a lot of weight. But anytime that you walk into that interview room, that you should have that mindset that says, make sure that you feel, comfortable in that mindset. So be careful with, the why and the what, because for me, that drives a whole process of this. Because if you walk into the room and your why, I know why I'm the right person for this job. And the what is, I have a plan. I'm able to tell these judges exactly what is it that I have planned, for this job that I'm applying for. Then for me, a lot of the questions will roll from that, and we'll certainly, can do that. So be careful with, not thinking about these 2 questions that are, again, pretty basic. And I know that a lot of people immediately say, oh my gosh, that's probably the most difficult question, or you're making me talk about myself, or you're making me come up with a plan, or whatever the case may be. But for me, if you're walking into that room and you know why and you know what, for sure, I think that's 2 questions you should always think about. And definitely during our sessions, we can take deep dives and figure those things out for you, as to how do you articulate, what are your plans, the different timeframes that you can get into that. And of course, getting you comfortable again with speaking about yourself. It also takes a very confident person to speak about your negatives. And a lot of times in job interviews and even in pageant interviews, you'll get questions that, what's your biggest challenge? If you had to change one thing about yourself, what would that be? If you go back in time, is there one thing in your life that you would change? What are you self-conscious about? Those are tough questions, because in essence, they're asking you to speak about something that might be perceived in some sort of negative fashion. And, we're kind of taught not to really focus on the negative. And, with pageantry, we try to keep everything through rose-colored, lenses, and we try to talk about all the positive things. But believe it or not, it takes a really confident person, to speak about the negative aspects of what they're bringing to the table. So with that, I would say that make sure that you have that mindset of being ready at least for those two questions. And then, of course, there's lots of things that can stem from those. But for me, those two things for sure are starting points. So do your 3 to 5, 7 points that you want to make sure that you communicate in your interview, and then have your why and your what. And I think that that's going to help you at least, set up a good percentage of your interview to kind of go in the right direction. A couple of other things, just really quick. Number one is body language. I think that a lot of people struggle with body language. So your mindset for this is that, you understand that you are in full display when you are in front of the judges. Sitting with the judges is also a little bit different of body language, certainly when you're on stage. So make sure that body language is something that you're aware of when it comes to the mindset, and that understanding that you have to control that as well, because you could be saying great things, but at the same time, you could have, your body, you're twitching, your knee, or you're blinking a lot, or you're staring off into the distance, or you are rolling your ankles, or playing with your jewelry, or rolling, whatever the case may be. You're sending all these signals to the judges that says she's not comfortable, in this type of situation. And the judge, ultimately this judging process is you get to the point where as a judge, you have to say to yourself, who can I trust or entrust this title to? Who is the young woman, the woman that I can entrust that, given this opportunity, that she is going to be the best equipped to represent this organization. And a lot of times it's, walking into a class full of kids. It could be walking into, a rehab center. It could be walking into a mission or a shelter. It could be walking into the Humane Society, or whatever the case may be. You want to make sure that the young lady, or the lady that has been given this opportunity, is the one that is the most comfortable, and that you've tested all these different aspects of, the job requirements, so that she's off to the races. And that's part of this process, is that typically when you get this job, this is the interview process. This was your training process. A lot of times after this is done, the competition, you get crowned the next day, your job starts. And so there is no media training, and there's a lot of times there's not additional training that you go through. So you want to make sure that that you have that mindset of, being in a positive, mindset for that. So body language from head to toe, is certainly into play. And of course, whether you're standing or sitting, different aspects come into that. And then the last mindset kind of element that I wanted to kind of discuss is just, for me, the part where you are natural in your delivery. I think that you have to be very aware that the delegate that is coming across sometimes as not very genuine or not very authentic typically stems from the fact that her cadence and how she speaks in interview a lot of times is very rapid. So when you go into interview and someone is speaking really fast, a lot of times it says she's very nervous, or a lot of times it even leads you to start thinking that she has these answers prepared, or that she's rehearsed these answers. And that can come from over rehearsal, or just looking at it from over strategizing, or not having, the focus that says, for me, ultimately interview is not really about, like I said, answering questions. Interview for me is an opportunity to speak with people. And there's a really big difference between speaking with someone and speaking at someone. And I can tell you as a judge that I'm pretty adept at seeing who is the girl that is natural and is interested in having a conversation with people, that makes people feel welcome, that makes people feel, like they are really being listened to, and that she even herself is thinking through these answers. Because when you speak at someone, typically that means that you're not very interested in reading the tone of the room, the temperature of the room. You're really not interested in that person per se. All you're worried is about word vomit and getting your answers out. And a classic example, again, might be a little extreme, but it could be like someone says, why should you be the next title holder? Or what are you going to do, with this opportunity? And if you start with, I want to be a role model for young women across my state, and I want to make sure that we're dealing with, self-confidence and making sure that their self-esteem is where it needs to be, because today comparison is a big issue. As a judge, you're looking at them and you're like, wow, that's very intense and it's very fast. And there's no way that someone can think and speak at that time. So that's typically, my clients know that I call that person typically a flashcard girl or an index card girl. And that's typically the type of delegate or contestant that, has index cards or has a notebook and has written every question down, has actually written down her responses, and just gets very overly scripted, or definitely gets, a lot more into memorization. And as a judge, you really pull away from that type of client. Yeah, it may sound like a great answer, but when you really dissect it, you kind of say to yourself, what's going to happen to that contestant if she does become the title holder and she's at an event? If she's asked to speak extemporaneously, or if she has an impromptu question, she's on an Instagram live, a Facebook live, she's on a red carpet, she's on a radio interview, TV interview, and she gets a question that she doesn't have a card for, there's probably a good chance that she is going to bomb her question. And then that's going to reflect not just on her, obviously, but of course reflect on the organization. So I would probably go, or be more inclined as a judge, to go with the girl that's much more natural, and the girl that really, has that ability to connect and know what's going on, and connect, with people and speak with people, than kind of just, having, again, that word vomit and speaking, super fast, to judges that the judges start thinking, not very genuine. So I wanted to, I'm going to post here in my comments. I'll post my contact information so that you have that. I'm not sure if Troy and Rosanne will share that with you later, but I'll just put it here, and you can definitely follow me, contact me, and definitely I'll be happy to help in any way that I can. But I'll turn it over, and I want to leave a little bit of time in case somebody has questions. I think I saw one question from Melinda that says, thoughts on thanking the judges for their time.
Yes.
Time and shaking hands. So for me, the same way that we had that icebreaker, which is when you come into the room and you greet the judges, you want to make sure that you also end your interview in kind of that same setting. Which is whether it's, thanking the judges for their time, or just, if you're caught in the middle of a sentence saying, I wish I had more time to talk to you about that, because that was a really, great question. But the same way we kind of start the interview, it's also nice to kind of have a safe landing, for the end of the interview. And it's kind of, like bookends, so to speak. Shaking hands is not something that I would recommend. Certainly, I've been in judging panels where people are germaphobes, and and I've been in, before COVID especially. I had judges that contestants would come and shake their hands, and then as soon as the contestant leaves, they're taking out like their Purex or their Purell, a Germex bottle, and they're cleaning their hands. So, not that they're going to hold it against you, but I think it's, number one, it's a waste of time, and second, I think that it might just get some people uncomfortable with that. But I think after COVID, I really haven't heard a lot about people shaking hands and that kind of stuff, especially in a small, intimate setting like that. So, Troy, Rosanne, back to you, and you tell me if you have any questions or any thoughts or anything that we need to follow up on. Love to continue talking to you guys.
Absolutely. Well, we just had a comment from Lisa Pierce that you were her daughter's interview coach for Miss Teen USA, and that you were fantastic. I also want to encourage everyone, if they're looking for a pageant coach, I told you when we started that Troy had been my original coach, but that I had got to be such good friends with him that I wanted some completely unbiased person, because we were too much friends. And I just have to say that I would encourage people that if you've been out of pageantry, or you do want a different perspective, that you are fantastic. You were able to give me an objective eye and give me some amazing feedback. And I just felt like I was extremely well prepared and polished on top of everything I did. And I'm just so proud to be a smart girl.
Oh my God, I love that. You can see the glasses. You can see the glasses up here too.
Yeah, that is his. I think it would be your trademark, and so I would just encourage everybody to be a smart girl. And one thing that I found very refreshing is that you will work with any system, and though you're very involved with USA, you did not. You didn't turn your nose up at me. You were absolutely fine at taking a mature Mrs. contestant in a system he had never heard about and work with me. And that there's a lot to be said for that. And so I appreciate that. And I think our viewers should see it today too.
Wow. Troy, I didn't know that I replaced you. That's a
Hey, you know,
we can work in tandem. We'll be the dynamic duo. How's that?
Hey, she got the crown. So
hey, we both can celebrate, right?
Yeah. Quite a few questions coming through, Rosanne.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. What about off the wall questions? So, for instance, you could be a TV show. What would you be? Or a plant or the animal question?
Okay. Yeah, it's for me, those are like practice type questions. And those are things that we also kind of take a deep dive sometimes in our sessions. I have a portfolio probably of, 1,000 questions that we don't have to go over all of them. But it really depends on my client and my delegate that sometimes we'll have sessions that they'll say, hey, I just want to go over my bio. Or, sometimes we'll have an entire session that says, I want to go over political stuff. Or sometimes it could be, ask me those weird questions. Or, and so weird questions, for example, I know that at NAM this year, National American Miss, a question that was pretty popular this year is, I just gave you a penguin. What would you do with it?
Okay.
So talk about off the wall questions.
Wow.
And in previous years, they've said, I just gave you a box, open it and tell me what's in it.
Oh.
So super, out the wall, creative type questions where you kind of just have to let your mind kind of open up and see, what comes to you. I had a contestant last year got asked, if you were an octopus, what would you do with an extra 6 pair of hands? So you again, all these questions of if an alien came to Earth, how would you introduce them? It's all these really bizarre questions. But I think that sometimes, using humor and just using your creativity. I actually had a contestant in an interview. It was a one-on-one interview, and she thought they had just come back from lunch and all these kinds of things that were just sitting down. The gentleman had a banana on his position on his desk, and as soon as she sat down, he picked up the banana and he goes, hello. He goes, oh, it's for you. And he gave her the banana. And she had to extemporaneously have a conversation, with the banana. So a lot of times you can get these really bizarre questions, that I think you just have to kind of get comfortable with, what, let me just let my hair down and have fun with this. But we can practice those types of questions as well.
All right. Mary says, what is the biggest issue I've seen in interviews since the pandemic?
Oh, interesting. Okay. Number one, I've seen definitely a pivot towards what I call platform. I think that a lot of times contestants are kind of driven into this mindset that I have to have a platform. And certainly I think a lot of times, the biggest, thing that systems look for is platform. Now, there are systems that already have a platform that you are, supposed to kind of fall under that umbrella and support the national platform. So I have an adverse reaction, and you remember this, Rosanne. I'm not a big fan of the word platform. And so I love, for example, a contestant walks in and says, I'm very passionate about this, or my initiative is this, my advocacy is this, my purpose, my plan. You want to make sure that you kind of get away from what everybody else is saying, because ultimately your goal in interviews is to stand out, is to be different in a good way. So you got to be careful with those things. But I would probably say that the biggest issue definitely is that there seems to be a lot more, I guess, focus on the social media aspect of things. I think that, contestants and delegates are now expected to have more of a presence, on social media. And I think that, it's not a bad thing. I think some contestants keep different accounts. Obviously, they have a personal account sometimes. Sometimes they have a pageant account or a title holder account, which is fine. But I think that these organizations, are looking for those types of involvement now with pageantry. And for me, a lot of times I say that the months and the weeks leading up to the pageant, to me, those are a dress rehearsal for who you're going to be as a title holder for the organization. So try to have those good skill sets, available and on display, so that the organization can see that you'll be able to fulfill a big part of what the requirements are of the job.
Okay. Next one, some girls are naturally fast speakers their entire life. How can they convey that to the judges, and what is your suggestion in helping them slow down?
Well, there's Xanax, and there is just kidding. I think it's just practicing a little bit of slowing down your thoughts. I think that if you're consciously aware, like I felt like for me today, I was speaking fast, but it was because I wanted to get a lot in there, in my allotted time. Typically, I'm not that fast of a speaker, even though I've got my Cuban heritage and we're, very passionate and crazy and very, fast talked and those kinds of things. But I would definitely try to just practice a little bit of slowing down your cadence and making sure that you feel that you're slowing down a little bit in the sense that you're giving yourself time. Interview should not be something that's rushed. It should not be something that is you're going on a marathon. It's something that you should just be very careful and self-pace yourself. And of course, talking in front of the mirror or speaking with your coach, they should be able to kind of keep you hopefully a little bit more in that safe space, so to speak.
Okay, we have a quick comment. One last question. Teresa says that she used you with many of her clients for that extra level of success.
I didn't know Teresa was on here. Hi, T.
And one last question for Mary Harrison. What do you do when a judge who doesn't seem to understand your platform or plan from your paperwork and keeps asking you the same thing over and over, and you rephrase your answer and they're still not getting it? Find out later this person English was a second language. Any tips for that?
Yeah, it's definitely having a lot of patience and certainly understanding the judges. When you say that English was their second language, I had a contestant last year that she came out of interview and she says, that was the most bizarre interview. I had a judge that was an international judge, and she was talking about the fact that she's very passionate about working as a volunteer with the Ronald McDonald House. So this judge says to her, can you explain to me how is it that you volunteer at McDonald's? And she was like, oh gosh, we're talking at two different, spectrums, kind of thing. So, she was very polite, and she asked the judge, or she explained to the judge that it's not just McDonald's, but it's actually, I guess a subsidiary or being connected and funded by the McDonald's restaurants, and explained to them that there were homes and things that were set up for people that are from out of town, that kids are getting their medical treatments and things. You have to be prepared for a lot of those things. There's, I had a client a couple of years ago that walked into an interview, and the first question she got was something to the effect of, oh, I see that you're a Harry Potter fan. Can you tell me what's your favorite book or movie, from Harry Potter? And she kind of got like thrown off kilter a little bit because she was like, I've watched a couple of Harry Potter movies, but don't consider myself a fan or anything like that. So she goes, I'll go with the first one, So she kind of answered the question. And the second question was, oh, you want to be an orthodontist? Can you tell us a little bit about what inspired you to be that? And she's like, actually, I want to be a broadcast journalist. So, she was like, what the heck is going on here? So she took it upon herself. She goes, do you all have the right paperwork? Or do you all have contestant number 55? And they're looking at her like, no, we don't have contestant 55. So they had skipped from 54 to 56. And her paperwork was not in any of the judges' binders. So they stopped the interview. They walked her, they stopped the interview and they basically told the judge, sorry, that's our fault. We're going to allow her to come back in, re-interview, and just make sure that, ask her some general questions. Well, that night she was destroyed. She was a previous top 5 contender, and she was like, this blowing my chances, to do well. And so, we had to kind of talk her off the ledge, and just say, a lot of times it's not just what happens to you, but how you react to it, and having patience with the judge and being graceful and brought in a little bit of humor and those kinds of things. And she didn't even want to come out for prelims. That's how distraught, she was the following day. But, as a trooper, she did it. And the following day on Sunday, she was crowned Miss Florida Teen USA. And the judges just said, we loved how you handled yourself. and you definitely stood out, in a situation that, of course, that the judge didn't know everything that happened behind the scenes. She was just like falling apart. But, the fact that she was able to do that. So, yes, sometimes you can have these judges that are just a little bit, not connecting as well. But I'd say, don't give up the fight with, conveying the things that you're passionate about, and continue to do so.
Okay, we've got one last question. And it says, how do you best utilize opening and closing statements if you're doing them? And what do you suggest to include in them?
All right. So it depends. I've had, opening statements that they look at it more as like I said, an icebreaker. And it's just like a very loose, introduction. Some have a very formal introduction, like in the Miss America program, Miss Earth USA program. They have a very formal introduction. So typically I'd say, put in some elements in there that you feel are important to you. Certainly if there are elements that connect with the pageant system and what they're looking for, try to connect those dots. I'd say be careful with, opening or introductions that you say. Some fun facts about me are, that's very, kind of traditional and those kinds of things. So typically I would try to find a way to connect, with if there is a national platform, I would show my connection to it. If there's something like we talked about, your 3 points, you might say, 3 things about me that I'd love to talk to you about are, and that kind of, you're bringing in all those important elements into the question. And then the closing can be a little bit tricky. For me, I always look at the closing statement as a continuation of your interview. And so a lot of times you don't want to go through a long interview process. And then after that, they say, Rosanne, do you have any final thoughts before you leave the room? And then you're like, hi, my name is Rosanne. I'm a lawyer. I live in Iowa. I love gardening. And it's like, okay, that it just doesn't fit. It's like we've talked about all that stuff, in the past 4.5, 5 minutes. So a lot of times the continuation is more what I look for in a closing statement. So strategy-wise, I would say a closing statement, for example, could be one of those 3 things that are 3, 5, 7 things that you want to talk about just didn't come up in your interview. I would certainly do my closing and say, well, one thing that didn't come up during my interview, but I'd love to talk to you all about is this, and like that, you feel like, again, you got your important points across. Second, you might talk about why should you be the title holder, or what will you do as the title holder? Because sometimes those important questions just don't happen in interview or don't come up. So if you feel like that's important for you, that you wanted to let these judges know, what you will do as a title holder, why are you the right person, then I would use that opportunity in my closing, to get that information, to them. And sometimes if you've kind of checked all those things off the box and you talked about all those things in your interview, then probably my third option is just making sure that you say, why is, for example, in your case, why is the Agriculture USA system important? Why is nationwide pageantry important? Like that, you have an opportunity to talk about, the system and what it offers, and why did you choose, this system, as a title holder, or you chose this to participate in. But so I know that some people like a very planned closing, but I think you have to be a little bit more flexible with the closing.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm so pleased you accepted our invitation and spent part of your afternoon with us. And
for you, anything.
I'm so proud to be a smart girl. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Troy, and finally I get to see you. I know you through all social media. I think all these years, it's like I've known you and I follow what you do, but it's good to put a face and a name together.
It was a great last hour of the afternoon. So
excellent. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so
Yay.
That brings an end to our presentations. I do want to throw this up. We would love to hear those of you that have been viewing all afternoon, we would love to have your compliments, your criticisms about today's empowerment seminar. You could definitely send those to us at nationwidepageantry@gmail.com. We will probably definitely look at doing more seminars like this, and any compliments, criticisms that you can provide us, we will definitely put into play for future seminars that we do. On our side, this is pretty darn easy to put together, and I think everybody enjoyed it, and there was some great knowledge coming out of today. So we will definitely try and do more of these. We are going to do our last drawing of the day, and what the drawing is going to be for is a full page color ad in our 2024 competition program. If you are a nationwide title holder who will be competing, then instead of a full page ad, you're going to get your 2-page spotlight ad for free. So if you're not a nationwide person, you get a full page color ad in the program to use however you want, promote yourself, promote your pageant, promote your business, whatever you would want, you'll have a full page color ad. So we will draw that now. The box is full. We appreciate everybody staying on all day. And we're going to dig deep, shake them up.
Drum roll.
Okay. All right. And the winner is Ansley Lyons. So you will get a full page color ad in our program to use as you wish. So congratulations on that. And just a little advertising on our behalf. Our national pageant is coming up August 6th through 11th of this year in downtown Omaha. We invite you all to give us a check us out. And if you're not competing in anything on any other system, we would love to invite you to become part of our nationwide family. We are small but mighty. That's one of our little mottos now. And we have a great time, and everyone leaves National Pageant Week with a new family, a new pageant family behind them. So again, Rosanne, any last words?
No, just thank you for any suggestions for future topics. If we different time of the year, perhaps, or just any suggestions you would have. This was Troy's idea, and we brainstormed and put together this program, which we hope you found of value. And we appreciate all the kind words and the comments. But if you have any suggestions, please let us know. And please follow us at Nationwide Pageantry, and we hope to see you in Omaha in August.
And we also do, as part of our National Pageant Week, we hold an empowerment seminar, and it's actually in person with our judges and other speakers. So it's kind of a version of today, but actually in person. So that's kind of one of our trademarks that we do with our Pageant Week.
Right.
And if you are in Seattle for the Global Beauty Awards, please come and introduce yourself, say hi, give us a hug. We want to meet anybody that's up there that has been on today, and we can put a real face with the name and all that. So again, we thank you all for giving up your afternoon and being part of our winter seminar. And we will definitely be sending out the link to everybody so you can watch this in the future. I believe that link will be available to us tomorrow. So look this week to get a link for that, and we'll go back and watch it anytime that you want. On behalf of Nationwide Pageantry, thank you, and have a great afternoon and a great evening. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.